Let's try it again. Welcome, everybody. Oh, this coffee is going to save my life. Yeah, what's up, everybody? The older we get, the harder it gets. Is that board scrolled out? Okay, let's scroll it back. So, welcome, everybody. Congratulations on your sub. Move 11, somewhat on sound. Someone knows sound. Move 11, somewhat no sound. Move 11, where's your game? Where's your game? Oh, your game is first. Oh, you're here on time. All right, Astrobait's still missing. Still hope, but we'll see. Mr. Coffee's here. Move 11's here. Arsenal fans here. Shout out to Peely M, who got a gift sub yesterday. Guys, please support the stream by subscribing. Thanks to all of you have. Arsenal fan, Mr. Coffee, Peely M, Move 11. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. Things have been tough. What else? Yeah, I'm good. Everything's fine. We've got a submission from Move 11. I've got a game from Morales, as always. Bill, yes. Yes, you may send one. Bill's a subscriber. How long have you been a subscriber? We haven't seen you much, Bill. Great to have you back. So, Bill, 2WK. We've got Robert Byrne. That's Move 11's. Former no, you keep the sub going. All right, even when you're not here. That's awesome. Thank you. So, Move 11, Morales with a short game. Richard Smith over the board game. A couple of my own submissions, which are as always like optional. My stuff, I'm modest about my own games. If you guys are interested, but I've got a game I just liked between Gligorich and Smyslov, and a game I played on Sunday. If anyone's interested, so I'm just waking up. I was really feeling pretty awful, sleepy today, but this coffee should kick in a little bit. Dude, I sent my check to the IRS and they still haven't got it like 3 weeks later. First time I've ever sent a check to the US and it like didn't arrive. The lady at the post office like didn't send it first class. Dumbass. I asked for first class. I said priority and she didn't mail it first class. Alright. Anyway, I just think about random stuff. So, let's get started. Did you show the game you were talking about yesterday? Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, I put it in here. I'm going to show you guys that it's a relatively, my game from Sunday is relatively uneventful, but it's still interesting from a psychological standpoint. Okay, so this is an old game from the 80s. Both of these players I never faced, but I saw them. When I started playing in the New York Opens in the early 90s, I only got to play a few times. Both Lev Albert and and Robert Byrne were playing. This game was from the 80s. So Albert was in his prime, and Albert actually managed to win a couple US championships somehow. Well, he was never like super strong, but he managed to win some US championships. And I would say he was like average strength grandmaster, but that weird repertoire with the Alekhine kind of made him a little bit of a cult figure. But he was good at marketing. He's a far right tinfoil hat guy now. He's probably like 80, 85, I don't know. So Morales next. Okay, we're gonna start with Baron Albert. I don't know which side to go from. Let's look from the white side. Even though, I think that Robert Byrne was a stronger player than Albert, maybe slightly, but he was getting old by this point, Robert Byrne still played, I think, up until around like 1994, but he passed away years ago. He was the columnist for the New York Times chess column for years and years and years, like forever, basically. So it's two New York City grandmasters, although they're of course from Russia. So anyway, Robert Baron versus Albert. It's an Alekhine. E4 knight f6, E5 knight d5, D4 D6, and then C4 knight b6, F4. You know, I don't know what to think about the four pawns attack. I didn't ever really play the Alekhine a lot, although it's an interesting story for me. I don't know that it's really important, but I started playing the Alekhine a little bit. I investigated it in like an old book that Albert wrote an old book on it, and I studied it a little bit, but I never took it too literally. And then later I started to play it a little bit, and it's a lot of fun to play it with black, but it's really, you know, pushing the envelope of soundness and going too far with a little bit going too far with hypermodernism. But anyway, you know, the interesting thing about this four pawns attack for me is it's never been like, I never was under the impression like the four pawns attack, it crushes the Alekhine. There was never this feeling that it was that big of a deal. It was just another variation. It wasn't necessarily the best. Maybe white is going too far, overextending himself, but I think, you know, at the end of the day, it is a good line for white. I mean, my games have been very, very, very shaky against you guys. I can't prove black can equalize, although I'm not a world-class expert in the Alekhine. My limited practice has been pretty shoddy. But anyway, let's see what you got here. So takes knight c6, and now white must defend the pawn, and it's important which way he defends the pawn. Most people play what? The ed6, c4, the ed6. Yeah, but the exchange variation is a different animal. Totally different animal. You know, I like the exchange variation, but you know, the problem with the exchange variation is ED, which kind of like kills the game, you know. Yeah, white's a little better, but it's not it's not like a lot of fun to play this. It's like, well, might as well play the EF Caro-Kann or something, another exchange French. I like when the position's imbalanced. You know, Fischer himself liked to play that variation with C4, but ED, you know, it's not really that bad for black. So anyway, that's a technical advantage. The four pawns is a great test. So what Albert does was probably and remains like the main line for a long time. He takes and plays knight c6, forcing white to defend. Knight f3 is considered inaccurate because of bishop g4. So you're supposed to play bishop e3. This is correct. And now black basically almost always plays the following: bishop f5. And now, okay, this is a symbolic threat. Knight b4. Arsenal, you've played this a lot with white. Yeah, I mean, remember, yeah, Tal was friends with Bagirov. You know, when I have two messages, Baisanov is Jim. All right, so bishop f5, whatever, developing. Now knight c3 or knight f3. That makes a difference. Again, knight f3 is still considered inaccurate because of knight b4. If I play knight f3, you play knight b4, I have to play knight a3. So this is so that I can bring the rook over if necessary. Black now plays e6. Now we play knight f3, but you don't have to play knight f3. You can play bishop e2 here. That's the only option. Otherwise, you can play bishop e2. Is there any value in bishop e2? And the statistics with bishop e2. With bishop e2, we're not supporting the center quite as much, but what could possibly go wrong? Some sort of c5? Okay, you guys sent me games. I know. I'll put those in while I'm trying to gain my consciousness. Get PGN. Ooh. Try to send me the raw PGN if you guys can, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Raw. We like it raw. Ah, I can't wake up. Fuck, I'm so sleepy. All right. So, another game. The Bison by Maestro. Oh, how do I get this? It's a position. You sent me a position. What do you got? This game? Stephen Booth? Will Bilson? But which one, Bill? Will Bilson? Douglas? The second one, Booth? Copy raw PGN? Oh, I see. Copy raw PGN. Learn, study my studies. Alright, I'm gonna fall asleep. Alright, why am I so sleepy? Alright. We had a notification. Dabbling Falcons. Okay. Dabbling Falcons is followed. Thank you. Booth Steven. Alright. Would you like a booth or a table? Danger Will Wilson. Danger Will Robinson. It was Will Robinson. Alright. Anyways. So, mainline Alekhine, whatever. Bishop e3, bishop f5, knight c3, e6, knight f3. Here again, bishop e2 is possible. And it has a slightly less losing score. What's the difference between bishop e2 and knight f3? It avoids that, like, retro pin. This is the main move. But you see, like, bishop g4 can be played now. The advantage of bishop e2 is that you would follow up with knight f3 without allowing an immediate bishop g4. I don't know. People have played g5, but that looks good. That definitely looks good. I'm in for that. Very sound. So knight f3, bishop g4. This is the most active move. Now bishop e2, and I didn't know Rosenthalis played the Alekhine. And bishop takes f3. I see. So bishop e2. What do you do? Bishop e2. Maybe black's like black can try another option with queen d7. This pawn's not defended, so you can't push d5. That's the drawback of bishop e2. Let's see, bishop e2, bishop e7. This move order in our favorite game isn't in there, you know. The Notoritsky. Knight f3, bishop g4. So bishop e2, bishop takes f3, g takes f, check. Yeah, see, like here, Dusko versus Nakamura, 2008. Black has a terrible score here. So I guess the point is, like, why would you not want to play this with white? This is good. White has an excellent score. This is just kind of bullshit for black. Look at all those losses. Jesus Christ, bro. Piquet once lost against, no, Piquet Team in once lost against PCAP Dutch Championship 2000 or something. Queen h5, bishop f2, queen f4. So there's nothing new here. So Hikaru was losing the same position all those years later. c5. Jesus Christ. So it's scary that so many people have lost this again and again and again. Rosenthalis, Nakamura, Nigel Short, Kovalenko, Rosenthalis, Defermian. Yeah, I remember that he went through a little phase where he tried to play the Alekhine. Not a good idea, Nick. Yeah, another one. Yeah, I don't understand. Black's not solving his problems here. So it looks really good for white. Is move 11 in the house? Or he just drops the game and then leaves? There's a very strong novelty after knight d5. Okay. Oh, a very strong novelty for black here. Computer generated. For white, most games go queen d2. Well, that's kind of lame. I see. That's crazy. Yeah, 22 games went queen d2. But if castles, what's the big deal? What strong novelty? Have you seen your light squares lately? I mean, at the moment, it seems like black's king is still less safe than white's, but anything could happen. What's the point here? What's the strong novelty? So queen d2 is like a very safe move. It looks like some people have played queen f5. Pigzilla in 1987 played queen f5. Vladimir Sveshnikov, gotta be a relative. So, move 11, are you gonna help us here? A very strong novelty. So I was defending the endgame with black after queen d2. Black's king has issues. I think you're playing the Alekhine's defense, and after move like 15, it's plus 0.7. Okay, it's at the 1.1. So Arsenal fan's actually right. Queenside castles, f6. That's Gawain Jones versus Vladimir Sveshnikov. Not the Sveshnikov, but probably his son or some relative. I mean, opening up the position with the king still on e8, it does look a little early. So Queenside castles is what Gawain played? But you're recommending castles kingside? Yeah, I mean, if this is the best I can do, we're in trouble. So instead of queen d2, idea queen b3. Here. 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 Kotsur Florian against Oli. This is nothing clear. Hungarian Team Championship 2021. COVID times. So I don't know. 11, what's the exciting novelty? I'm not getting it. Knight d5, e d5. Queen b3 is just a move. Queen d2 is the usual move. So castles is your novelty? Yeah, it's. I think people are like, oh, my king's open. I moved a pawn. I have no g pawn, but it's not that exposed, and you're hiding on h1 a lot. Bishop e7. Bishop e7, queen b3, castle's queen side. And then these breaks. Well, that's not a break even yet. g5 is not a break yet. Queen b3 now, because if knight takes... This is where we're looking at something, huh? Well, queen b3, you can't take on d4, you had the castle. And then, now white's faced with the threat of black playing knight takes d4. But I think this is a lot, you know, we got to be careful about using the engine here, move 11. I know you, and you have a tendency to kind of over interpret engine evaluations. And the engine is all about the static space advantage. You know, it's like just, you've had this big space advantage with those pawns wedged up. I think you automatically have like a 1 pawn advantage. Yeah, white's king is relatively safe. The f6 break, as Arsenal pointed out earlier, you know, this is going to be pretty good. So white has to be fast, you know, quick. This is like a slow-looking move. We're unraveling the b pawn. If f6, now what? So I guess here's the critical question. I mean, white's pawn is triple attacked. He can't move his bishop, what, bishop e3? I mean, bishop e3, what do we do? Bishop e3 and f4? Is this the idea? Drive the queen off so we can play like f4? You're looking deep with f4 pawn sacrifices. No, but I mean, you can't play b4, Arsenal fan. This is not a joke. I mean, your center is just dissolving here. We can't ignore f6, I don't think. The idea is to play f4, I would imagine. Queen h4. We have at least f4, but the computer is even looking at e6. Rook d1. This is unbelievable. f5 b4. So the point of the story is that knight d5 is the best move according to the computer. And white has won almost all the games here, but move 11 found a way to even further improve white's position. All right. Anyway, in the game, Albert played knight d7. This is apparently inferior, but interestingly enough, it has been played on a number of occasions, notably by Nigel in 2011. All right, so white now plays queen c1, indirectly defending d4. Queen takes c1 check. Chicken move. So yeah, I mean, Nigel's just worse, and Byrne is, yeah, same game 30 years later, 35 years later, no, 27 years later. The space advantage is serious, and if black tries to break, any attempt to break out will like create like a total disaster on the white squares. Look at the light square bishop. Okay, it can't do so much when your pawns are on these squares, right? But if you try to play f6 or b6, the whole thing is gonna like fall apart. Yeah, I would be petrified. I would be like wanting to commit suicide. This is not good. So Albert managed to win the game. Castles queenside. Well, I mean, this is going to take some consolidation, so it looks like nobody repeated. Baron's move is probably weak. So it's consolidation of space advantage somehow. We got to consolidate d4, f4. There's a3 played in a couple games. That's what Gawain Jones played. And now Nigel Short played knight on db8, of course. Because that looks good. Aren't we glad we played the Alekhine defense? He's coming back with that one and maybe putting the b1 on c6. This is definitely not good. So Baron is the only one to play knight e4, which is like the only ostensible reason to play this is to go for knight g5, which is obviously a big threat. And Robert Baron must have suspected either bishop e7 or h6, something that stops knight g5. Nigel Short obviously saw this game back in 1984. He was playing the I don't know if he was playing the Alekhine back then, but he was definitely... He played a match. Nigel Short played a match with Lev Albert, oddly enough, in 1989. And ended up playing the Alekhine's defense himself later, so you do the math. He allows knight g5, but the rook d7 is one of the reasons for knight b8. And like Baron didn't use his pawns. What are we doing? Okay, what is the knight on g5 doing? The knight doesn't do anything. Here, this looks artificial. What is white doing? All right, you're defending the pawn. It's an artificial way of defending the pawn. Now h6, kicking knight back. Knight goes back. g6. Ugly. Still, white is probably better. Why, Baron can't castle because of knight takes d4 check, so he decides to... He can't play king e2 because of knight d4 check, so he decides to play castles. Bishop g7, really ugly position. I mean, you can't even play f6. Still, white seems better. f4, h5. This is kind of desperation. Rook c4, bishop h6. Well, I don't think the point was the game. Move 11 wanted to show us the opening. Bishop e3, a6, bishop a4, rook d8. Not your standard way to play chess. But now black is threatening what? Like b5? Knight b5? He's got the Saji square. How's the Saji square? Mr. Coffee? Saji squares? Not a lot of space for black here. Desperado. Why? Why not? Alright, he takes on b6. White still... Oh no. Oh no. So this may be like the critical moment. So Robert Baron takes on b6. But he like forgot about knight takes or something? So he can obviously just move his rook somewhere. Like rook c2. This is not necessary. Goes here. And then knight takes. Now, this is hanging and this is hanging. So, this looks like a really strange mistake. Rook c2. He sacks the pawn, though. It was supposedly, I would assume it was intentional. Just, hey, let's just lose our central pawn for no reason. Okay, Bob. Knight c5, king a8, king e3, which is a very strange move, rook hd8, and then a5. And then Albert excuse me? Knight b5, ab6. Wow. cb6. Excuse me again? I don't understand. Okay, rook d3 gets the piece back. So there was some miscalculation going on here. And now g5, of course. Still looks like a shit show. What about rook c8 check? Is that super clear? Oh. God damn it, Jerry. We can't even do that. So Albert was very, he was very resourceful and kind of lucky in this game. And Baron didn't play tactically very well. Yeah. It looks ugly. Does it go on forever? No. Alright. Yeah, strange, confusing game. Black wins. As the bishop on b5 is hanging. Alright. It was a strange, confusing game. Thanks, Move 11. What is that from? Enferter. Enferter, we'll hold on Enferter and do Richard Smith first. What was the significance of this game, Move 11? The novelty? Alright. Well, King's Indian defense. Would it be okay to add a game? Whew, yeah. So we got Richard Smith. You're white? On the opening line? Bishop g4. Yeah, yeah, it's not as good. I mean, yeah, it looks like it's just not good enough for black, but I don't know what is. Yeah, for black, the Alekhine is the four pawns attack seems like a legit problem. You're white, okay, because it's in here Richard Smith versus Andy Hill, but that's obviously indifferent of color. Okay, so we're black. No relation to Alistair Hill. Some English candidate master, Alistair Crawley. You're white. I thought you just said you were black. All right, I'm hallucinating. Yeah, you are white. Okay. Jaffa Classic. Okay, we'll put this game in. Sans asterisk. All right, that's the last game today. I'm gonna pass out if I do more than that. Okay, so Richard Smith versus Alistair Crawley. Alistair? No. Okay, so you like playing the French, so I thought automatically it was like a French or something. I'll only comment on the fact that Arsenal, you are outspoken about your dislike of theory. And just, I mean, you know, this is like probably the main line of the Tarash, so. I think the Tarash is one of the best ways for white to play, but it's like a small, you're playing for a small edge. It's a good line. But my preference would be here to play the, you know, the standard. F4 is actually a move here. Wow. I'm not sure if like black's move order is the main line or the best. Wow, A5 has a really good score there. Don't know why that seems odd to me. All right, so yeah. Someone recently, didn't they give us a game with this? One of the games we looked at in the Opening Explorer, one of the games we looked at in our analysis stream, was it a Tarash? Good question. Yeah, I have the feeling it was a classical, wasn't it? Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, we're looking at a classical. You're right. That was a different line. But it's funny that move been played here too. Well, it makes some sense. It's not stupid. Okay, so you're right. Good memory. CTC for F6. So knight f4. The last time I saw this was like 10 years ago, when one of my teammates played it. I've never played this position in a real over the board game, but I have seen it, you know, popping up here and there over the years. Starting with one of my students. I think we had a lesson at the Harvard Science Center in like around 2000s with this guy who showed me one of his tournament games. Later I saw it played. So I always thought it was like, okay, Timman, right? Timman Morozevich 2000. But it's older than that. I can see here, yeah, Timman has an 86 game. Timman has the 86 game with black. Look at that. So that's probably famous. The 86 game. Timman definitely was in my mind on this line. So this is supposed to be like a good exchange hack for black. Maybe not better, but easier to play for black, something like that. It's recommended by Watson in his book. Played the French. I had one edition. That's the extent of my knowledge. So, all right. Yeah, and so now, okay, so G6 is a mistake. My teammate, 10 years ago or so, had this in the Budapest Team Championship, and I think he ended up losing the game with black, but he knew the line. Just the position got really crazy, and he ended up losing. It's a very rational position after King E7. White, you know, typically wins the exchange with knight G6 check. Here, Arsenal is, you know, I don't know, you're out of book, or you're coming up with a novelty of your own here. Antonio, what's up? You're next. Well, obviously, you're normally winning the exchange. French players go into this. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, this was recommended by Watson. I would think the computer thinks it's fine. Yeah, zeros. It's zeros. So maybe it's like a forced draw. No, I mean, the point is that knight f4 was like considered insufficient for white, but I guess it's sufficient for like equal. The point was that black goes into this to refute knight f4. I guess it's a draw or something. I never really analyzed it. I might have played it once in like Blitz or something. Check. h6. This is the main point. Okay, you have to take first. And then there's a question about this. We did look at this once on the stream. There was a question about the capture. I'm thinking there was a pawn takes, right? You can take with the pawn. You can take with the pawn or take with the king. Something weird. So king takes is a legit move. That's crazy. Hjartarson played this several times. I mean, even pawn takes has been played. Tiamat winning game with white. So all captures are possible. Bill gifted a tier 1 sub to Sun Prism. Oh man, Sun Prism was just about to subscribe too. Shit. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, so anyway, Arsenal didn't want to go into that. So you played wild novelty now. B3. Now what Arsenal's going for is bishop B2, obviously. Right, Arsenal? So I think we're gonna see this in the opening Explorer. What do you think, guys? There's a lot of people who are, they're like mate and one detectors. You're known for your subtlety. Like, it sounds insane, but I guess we have to consider what would happen if he takes this pawn, right? He's going to go for a walk. Knight takes e5 and pawn takes e5. I mean, pawn takes e5 is really dangerous because we still have this exchange sack, plus the king's going for a walk. If knight takes e5... Oh shit, the guy did this. He goes for a walk over to d7. And the knight is immune. Obviously, white was starting bishop a3 check. I was just joking. And, yeah, but I mean, I would have a long, hard talk to myself about my future here. Before I decided on what move to play after b3, I would be like flipping out. Like, what is this? Okay, well, what's the point now? I mean, you're just fishing. It's just a big fishing expedition. You have a check, and who cares? How are you going to get his king on d7? You have some kind of... I mean, the knight is attacking your bishop on d3 too, so that's pretty annoying. Knight d5 check. Well, I guess we're going to find out. Knight takes e5 castles. Okay, so you didn't play bishop a3 check. You just castled. This guy's definitely expecting bishop a3 check. He's going to play king d7, and then what do we do? You know, our bishop's hanging. Well, not really. Okay, it's defended by the f4 knight, but whatever. What are we going to do? I mean, I was looking at strange stuff. Knight takes d5. No. Here. It doesn't achieve anything. So you decide to castle. Now, he can take your bishop. If he takes your bishop, he leaves f7 unguarded. For example, check, king d7, queen f7 check, bishop e7. And my head hurts. e6 is protected. Isn't this just lost for white? I don't know, man. That would be kind of a strange conclusion to come to so quickly. King's in the defense. I don't have the engine turned on. I mean, black's king is in the center of the board. He's obviously human. My first reaction would be to take on d3. Because I don't see anything clear, you know. this may be lost for white. He may be a piece down. But knight d3, knight d3, we just chill. Black would have time then to play like maybe g6 to give him the the f7 square. g6. Black is hugely, bigly better. So after castles, I would assume I would be taking here. Black decided he didn't want to do that. Now there's like no more going back. You know, I mean, this is like, okay, he avoided the bishop a3 thing, but there's no more going back. So now your king is like permanently in the center. The other issue with king d7, you know, is that this is blocked. I mean, I'm just thinking of the blitz games where I've lost against Arsenal fan. He's very tricky, like tactically. Black may be up a couple pawns here, but okay, so what? You know, it's 2 pawns. Still, his coordination is kind of crap. It's not like white's down a piece. So there's a real practical aspect to white's play. This is nice. You can bring a rook to the center. And the queen b6 move, it doesn't really do anything. Yeah, that king, the decision to play king d7 sort of marooned black's king now, like forever. And it's like bishop and rook. And now, like queen b6, you even don't have bishop b7. I mean, because this is one of the only ways. I mean, black has more immediate problems now. Obviously, like bishop e2, eliminate the defender of the e6 pawn. It's it's not good. You know, we're not good here. It looks like black might already be like in trouble after king d7. Yeah, I mean, you make a good practical argument for this type of complications, Arsenal fan. Queen b6. Yeah, but I mean, what can he do to defend? I mean, the first priority when you're like under attack is trade pieces. I don't understand why black wouldn't go for this. Knight e3. You know, he must have thought this was something that you had something here. You know, I can only think like, you know, otherwise he should be trading off some of your pieces. That's a big exchange. So that's a huge mistake. And now you take on d5. I thought your plan would be to just go here, but this looks good too, and it's a tempo. Why not? Why not? So it's a key pawn. The queen's attacked, and then you just go back, and that's another open line. So black, bro, I mean, I'm seriously considering going back to e8 now. Yeah, but this is not getting any better, man. Lashing out. Lashing and splashing. Trolling and rolling. G5, knight e4. This is like waving a red flag in front of a bull. Ghazi. Yeah, no, G5 is really like you know, giving more drugs to a meth addict. Arsenal fan is like, ah. Sacrifice more pieces. So now the only problem is like deciding which juicy move you want to play. Here, I was looking at maybe, like, which knight do you want to sacrifice? Go h5, go here, attack the f6. And then you surprise me. You go passive or go home. So Arsenal goes soft with knight e2 now. Just looks very, very conservative. We never expected you to play such a conservative move at this point. It's just not macho at all. What if black has some crazy shit like sacrificing a piece? G4. Don't put your queen on the wrong square. Oh, this is covered. Sorry. You actually could go there. I would expect, you know, you're going to go to a central location. Now he trades. Check, takes. And as king is just chilling. So get out of the center. He plays bishop e7. Yeah, g5 does look crazy. It is crazy, right? But I'm curious there. I bet knight e2 wasn't white's best move. Arsenal is not a computer. I just don't feel this is, like, it feels passive. Like, don't you have something better? Every possibility here. Sacrifice more pieces. I mean, maybe this is really too much. But, I mean, it looks crazy. Just humor me. Let's look at this for a second. Okay, so it's the second best move. Knight e4 is playable. Your position is so good you can sack a piece here. But it's the fifth best move. So my second idea going here is it's playable, but it is a piece sacrifice, it is messy, it's unclear. And the natural move is knight h5. We don't know why Arsenal talked himself out of this, because it feels much more his active style. But this is a good move too, even though it looks passive. It challenges a powerful piece. It's placed in the middle. And clearly after this, maybe black has better. How can he maintain this position though? Check, takes. Now the king is wide open. Bishop e7 here. Man, that's a hell of a pawn sacrifice. At this point, the smoke clears, and you're like, okay, wait, I only sacked a pawn to get this position? Oh my god. Look at the guy's king. Are you serious? This is where you take the doubling cube, you know, and you, like, drop it. Resign now or it's double stakes. And, like, 99 out of 100 players are like, declining the doubling cube and just resigning, you know. Well, if you get overconfident, right. Well, his king's going to run away over here. So opening the F file looks good. But your knight's hanging, so that has to be defended. So we either play rook d1, completing development, or, you know, I'd rather not trade pieces. I mean, so knight c4, it's probably a decent move, but taking on e5, it's a sin. It's a mortal sin. Yeah. It's a mortal sin on many levels. Yeah, his knight's a good defender. But, I mean, for one thing, we don't have to take it right away. You know, maybe it will be a good move at some point. Taking it right away, when he can take with the queen, definitely doesn't seem right. Well, first of all, this is, like, probably the most obvious move, right? Knight e4 looks good. Just nothing fancy. And then we're going to blast you, blow you off the board with f4 next move. Again, nothing fancy. We're just killing him, right? We don't have to do anything. It just, the position wins itself. Maybe h5, that's a gamble that you don't want to take here or something. I just don't think it's a big deal. Like, even h5, f4, what's he going to do to you? Like this? Who cares? Well, actually, you have a lot of squares. Queen e3. So, knight there looks good. Rook d1 drops the a2 pawn, but I mean, now, I would say, like, now it's like a different story. If he's going to do something stupid like queen a2, this is probably going to be really good. His queen is totally out of play, right? A totally different, improved version where black is crushed. So I think taking on e5 is okay, but pick your moment, right? Taking it right away is definitely a concession. And you can't really effectively attack him on the dark squares now, which is important too, because f4 is an important part of your attack, which is also connected to the dark squares. So I think this bishop sort of like, he's like air support. The bishop is air support for the tank invasion. Bishops are like airplanes, and rooks are tanks. So the rooks are rolling forward, and then the air support over here sort of helps control f4, and the dark squares in general. Yeah. Yeah, bishop takes c5 is... There's another problem. Couldn't he also theoretically like take on d2? I mean, okay, you got like a check. He was his king. Then you can like... Well, what do you do now? You have stuff, but... Yeah, but anyways, queen takes c5 is best. Yeah, but you sold out. You sold out. Queen h6. Funny, there was a friend of mine here named Pichu. Just this afternoon. Another Pichu. Istvan. So, queen takes e5, Pishti. Queen takes e5, the second Pishti of the day. Queen takes e5, now we can't attack him on the dark squares. So yeah, you made a huge mistake. Arsenal rushes when he's like winning. I always like screwed up positions because I get nervous and excited. Not nervous, but excited is the word. Yeah. There's always the subtle like rook e1. Yeah, you went from like totally winning to you have compensation for your pawn. Right? Am I right? Congratulations, you now have compensation. Congratulations, you have compensation for your sacrificed pawn instead of totally winning. Bishop h5 check. This is also suboptimal because you're blocking your queen, but yeah, I was thinking a rook or yeah, your bishop's hanging though. You can't just hang it. So queen h5 check maybe. Queen h5 might be better. He's got to go to f8, and he can hide on g8 or g7. But I mean, now you can maybe attack his queen, or your rooks are coming to open files. But after this, how do you get through? Do you think you had a brute force? If I'm black here, by the way, I would do anything to trade queens. Probably even this. Please trade queens. Obviously, Arsenal is not going to trade queens. But what do you do? I mean, bishop g4, maybe. So I'm just saying that like this could maybe be a useful move for black. I guess this pawn is a problem though. Actually, in actuality, that pawn is a problem. Yeah, I like rook e1 too. That's what I thought would happen, because you want to keep the hope of f4 alive, obviously. Looks like we played a queen pawn game. It's some kind of semi-Slav. I would have guessed this was a queen pawn game at this point, based on the structure. Knight c4, queen c5, and now another knight move. Black can play like e5, but then you have bishop g4 killing him. So he doesn't really want to move his pawns. Arsenal still has compensation. Why not a rook move now? You know, you might have a really interesting like exchange sack. This looks gruesome. Here you're really good. For example, even though you're a pawn down, I think you're almost winning. If he allows you to trade light square bishops, that's really, really ugly for black. You want to go rook a d1? Yeah, I mean, obviously the other rook, it's true. I mean, I wanted to play f4, but maybe it's not going to happen. This isn't stupid. He can try to go the other way, but yeah, it's very hard for black to consolidate his position. He's tied down to e6. How is he going to play bishop a6 or bishop b7 while that's hanging? So, okay, knight e3 I don't like. And then this under the circumstances, but your pieces got a little bit weird because they can't really go anywhere. And the dark squares, no control of dark squares. So he goes back to e5, and this is kind of nice, actually. f4. He has takes, knight c4, and queen d4 check. So he went knight c4, he went here, and then queen d3. Is black threatening, anything? Like g4, I guess, now. g4 is a problem. I'm getting a random challenge from Evan Dennis. He's an evangelical Christian. But no challenges today. We're just analyzing. The bishop's going to get stuck on h5 with g4. So, and h6 is covered now, and the dark squares are all safe. So you played queen d3, but I'm a little concerned about g4. Arsenal probably had a plan. He covers d4. If g4, then f3. Looks like the plan. Or you can carve it open with pawn takes g4. So I think you're still in a situation where you're probably not worse. e5, weakening his white squares. Now he's practically begging for Arsenal tactics again with like knight takes e5 and rook e1. Knight takes e5, queen takes e5, rook e1, queen somewhere. You almost have it, don't you? I mean, you had to be thinking about this now. This is like your style. This bolt from the blue tactic. I see a lot of dead people in black's position. Knight takes e5, queen takes e5, rook e1. He has a salvation, doesn't he? He probably has a saving move. Yeah. Well, I mean, my point was that we have something like this, right? Which is very strong. But he can go like queen d6. Damn, that's annoying. Still. Damn, dude. So close to something. What about rook c8 check? That doesn't quite work. Rook c8 check, rook c8, queen takes f5 check, king g7, queen f7 check, king h6, and then, yeah, rook e6 check. Queen takes e6, queen takes e6 check, king h5, G4 check. King H4. Queen takes E7. King H3. Well, anyway. Let's check if there's anything here. Damn, it works. It's a draw. You know, what the funny thing is, the line that the computer wants to play after knight takes c5, queen takes c5, rook fe1 is queen f6, when I suspected queen d6. But maybe it is that tactic. Wow. But I mean, this is extremely difficult to find for you. You have one move that's like an impossibility here. There's no way I'm finding that move. I mean, it's nice that it's centralizing, but still. And it's equal, according to the engine. Yeah, that's not clear enough. You're better anyway without that sack. Okay, so f3. The computer wants to play queen d5. Much more obvious move. f3, weakening the dark squares and blocking your own bishop. He's going for light squares. He wants to play g4. It looks like Arsenal is just trying to create a light square stranglehold, you know, but it's slow. It's very slow. Black's like consolidating with bishop e6 now. King g7. f3 slow. But again, it's easy to, you know, look at the engine and say, whoa, what's this, you know. It's not so easy. I mean, I would have spent a lot of time on knight c5 if I couldn't find anything better. I mean, f3 is not that terrible. The main problem with it is the lack of mobility of that bishop. Now you're committed to playing g4. Bishop e6. Queen c3. Oh, bishop c5 check. King h1. Bishop d4. Queen b4 check. Sorry. He played queen e7. He could have played king g7. What, queen b4 check? Well, I mean, honestly, like, what do you want to do? You mean, oh, after queen b4 check. Trading queens. I felt like you were probably playing this game with a hangover. This feels like a hangover game to me. Queen takes c7 is definitely a hangover move. Don't have your normal, like, I drank 10 Red Bulls energy that you do against me in Blitz sometimes here. But yeah, trading queens obviously. But the whole plan, you know, to play f3 was ultimately faulty. I mean, you're not losing the game after this. Yeah. But this is like where you're now like worse. So, queen e1, queen a5, attacking the e5 pawn. And black, you know, has to be careful. Yeah, this is a really strange decision. I mean, that's not you. Totally not like you. Now I expected black to actually play king f6, but he was smart, and because that might, I don't know, it might let your knight into like d6. This is actually better. You played this, and now, again, this is still a thing. So he still doesn't defend his pawn with king f6. This is where you're like losing now. And you hit the jackpot. Looks like he's giving you a chance to survive after bishop takes c4. But it's same color bishops. So maybe you don't. Maybe you don't take the rook takes c3. Can you take on c4? Play for opposite color bishops, bro. Yeah, maybe we don't play for the material balance here. How do you feel about pawn takes c4? I mean, the bishop is super stuck. Rook takes c4. And he's got bishop d4. It doesn't look great. It's going to be impossible to get the bishop back in the game. Alright, so you got to do this. He goes back, and then again, you didn't go soft here. With exchanging rooks is like suicide. So you have to keep the rooks on. King f6, rook e1. h3 now. Man, h3 is really weak. I know your bishop's stuck, but yeah, back rank is the problem. I would expect you to play rook e1 though. Rook e1, rook c5, b4. He's not trapping your bishop right away, is he? Like, you have a legit threat to take on e5. His only concrete way to defend it is that you have b4, and then if rook b5, obviously a3. He's not really like trapping your bishop, because you can, I hope, maybe, famous last words, huh? Yeah, it looks like you have takes, and like rook e4. Okay, the situation is still pretty weird. But I imagine like h4, you could probably avert losing a piece. On this. You're probably lost, but you can always like sack the exchange. It's hopeless. Yeah. It's kind of hopeless. And we're in big trouble, right? Yeah, it's lost. It's lost now. King on h2 is a pity. It would be better on f2. You get over there. Okay. Yeah, he's playing time pressure. You got him in time pressure now. He's looking hesitant. You got your bishop off. What a beautiful move. Oh my god. It's a fucking resource. Unfortunately, he forced you to trade rooks. Oh, damn. Alright. Oh no. a3. King c5. a3, bishop e6. Ugh. It's lost. I think it's better to play h6 for black. He doesn't really want to put another pawn on light squares. But I guess he can push it, huh? Still, I would just keep the pawn on h6. I don't think he needs to play that. Too many pawns? Well, your bishop's stuck again. No. Okay, a3. Yes. Unfortunately, dude has so much space. Now you're tied down to this. This sucks, man. Nah. Yeah, man. All right. Well, you weren't in there for that second half of the game. You got to play you know, kill him in the first half before your hangover really kicks in, you know, while you're still drunk. All right, so Morales is up next. This is a blitz game as always, 3+0. So we're playing white against Frankfurter and Furter. Seriously, Morales submits these 3-0 games. Thanks, Arsenal. They're really fast, and I don't know why he does this. Oh, wait. It's not 3-0. It's 3+2. All right, so we're upgrading. 3+2. He listened to us, and he upgraded to 3+2. All right, good. That's a good start. D6, knight c3. Yeah, knight c3 is annoying, and it fits your repertoire, of course. Arsenal fan with 500 bits. Yes. Yes, our first bits of the week. Give me more gems. Come on, gems, guys. Donate some gems. Arsenal fan with 500 gems. Nice. We've got knight f6. There's nothing that black can do against the stupid classical closed Sicilian, I mean. Arsenal donated 500 bits. Antonio gifting tier 1 sub to the King Charles Cav, who's an old follower. Knight f6, f4. Transposing the Sicilian. Yeah, I don't blame him. Now, Alice, what do we do? You play a Grand Prix attack, or do you play g3? Or bishop e5. So you have 4 options. 3 options, sorry. I do not recommend playing the Levenfish variation of the dragon. Actually, you could play d4. I lost to this guy, Czecharesh Marius once. Marius Czecharesh. Actually, Kerekesh. He's a Hungarian name, Romanian guy. I lost this line. f4 you rarely see against the classical Sicilian, but it's tricky for black too. So Morales, you could give that a whirl. Yeah, I don't know why. Like after pawn takes pawn, knight takes. Why I played e5? Why don't I play g6 there? It's really weird. I don't understand myself. Like why would I do that? Why did I do e5 against Kerekesh? I don't know what I was thinking. I played this. And if takes, this is a famous line, takes knight g4. But yeah, he just goes back to f3, and then I didn't know what I was doing, and I lost this. I have a terrible score with e5 structures in the classical Sicilian. All right, so Morales goes with bishop b5. You have some tricks up your sleeve. Some e5 thing. Here. I'm not really knowledgeable about this. Nigel Short is coming in to the opening database again. Thanks, Antonio Morales, for the gift sub. Yeah, but this is a Grand Prix attack with bishop e5, but it's a nice looking line. I don't know. This is a move, right? So what's the status of this? e5. What is black supposed to do? Play it like a peer, it's probably. This Kadrich versus the Danish guy, Bjerre. Did you guys see that the European Championship was won by a 17-year-old Ukrainian? I am. Pretty crazy. Rated 2450. There's like 50 2600 Grandmasters in the tournament, and the 2450 wins the event. I mean, wonder what his seed was. It's like the lowest ranked player ever to win the European Championship. Bishop d7, castles. Now g6. Yeah, what do you want to play with black? g6 is totally normal. You think he was seed 130? Pichu, not too many Hungarians in there. Gleb Dudin, who's not really Hungarian, right? What is he, like Russian? Russian posing as a Hungarian. Um, I didn't see how many Hungarians were playing, but they weren't very numerous, it looked like. Alright, so castles g6, I like that. Why are there so few games with this position? It's like a weird move order, because it started with the Pierts. Reindeer Man. I always love that name. This is unbelievable. This position has only occurred in 3 tournament games. How's that possible? Queen e1, and then knight d4. We have a problem here, officer. What are we going to do? e5? I mean, knight d1, you know, this sucks. I know from experience, we really hate doing that. You know, this, okay, you're playing at 2370, right? So you don't mind if it's like equal. So normally black would be happy to take on e4, but for some reason, I guess because he's 2300 and Morales is 1900, this guy's like, no, I don't want to do that. I mean, seriously, you're eliminating that central pawn, you lose your central pawn, fine. With black, I'm like, okay, I'm okay. I'm okay, you're okay. You know, I think that this is, I would think this is the way that black should play it. I mean, maybe it's not as good as I thought. White is a little ahead in development. There's a line here. d5, d3. Okay, and then bishop g7, very good. Bishop g7, yep. Here, check this computer line, knight d6. That's good, it supports f5. And so the resulting position is like probably equal. Tiny bit better for black. So exactly. So the guy makes a funny decision here. He doesn't, you know, I hate this pawn on d4. You don't like this pawn on d4 for black. I mean, it's redundant. It's sort of weak. It blocks your bishop on g7. So it's not something you want to have. I wouldn't have played knight d4 if I were black. But the chance he gets to take here is definitely one that shouldn't be passed up. This is, yeah, that's really bad. Mark Lyle, you know, this FM who lives in Hungary, or used to, from England, he always played the Grand Prix attack. The Grand Prix attack players live for this. They live for this structure. I had a game with Lyle where I had to do that. I had to play e5, and I was like suffering. I managed to draw, but yeah. See, that's the problem with the d4 pawn. You never want to have to do that. That's the worst thing you could do. Better to play like bishop g7 probably than e5. I guess there's no defense here, huh? Well, I can't just lose the pawn, but it's very bizarre. You know, why didn't he just take the pawn? It's like he didn't think of it or something. So fe5, you missed it. You were just so happy to play d3, you missed it. Yeah, and then you didn't want to go back. So, but it looks like you're missing f takes e. You missed f takes e like twice because you're playing fast and you're not really thinking. And now black plays bishop g7. And you're just so focused on, yeah, well, this is actually a strong move. Black should take. Under normal circumstances, he should take on c3. And the problem is this, right? Objectively, which you missed twice in a row. But yeah, and black just making weird random moves. And after c4, you got a lock. Looks like very strong. Your lock on the center is very strong now. You're better. You can support it with b3. Suddenly, you're just strategically better. And after bishop g7, you could take on e5. You've got to watch knight g4. But you go for f5. So the classical Morales, King's Indian close Sicilian. Pawn attack. Black's counterplay is kind of slow here. B5, B3. Okay, fine, whatever. BC4, BC4. Yeah, Queen A4. Wow. So you have Rook F3 to defend the D3 pawn if it gets attacked, I would say. This is our only issue. The problem is if you do something like, Bishop G5, he has Knight G4, maybe. So I see what you're saying, like this Bishop A3 idea. So he prevents Bishop A3. He also prevents Queen B3, Queen B4, I mean Queen A5. He has threats of Queen C2. I feel like if his king were castled already, he would almost be okay. He needs like another move, objectively, to kind of consolidate his position, but structurally you're better. Unless this somehow like he was able to get in. I mean, what's he gonna do? Sack a piece on your structure? I mean, to break your pawn chain or something? That's not realistic. So Bishop G5, very standard sort of Morales attack. I mean, Queen H4 or Bishop G5, and now he castles into it, Queen H4, and he just ignores you. And then it looks like a Roman's Forum videotape attack. F6. What the hell is the difference between D7 and E8? If you play Knight E8, you control G7, but you block your rook from moving. If you play Knight D7, at least your rook can move, and you could possibly play Knight F8. So it's hard to blame him for that. And F6, and now Bishop H8, and yeah. So it's a nice finishing touch, Knight F5. Wow. And you have double mate, so he has to take it. And then the thing was, I didn't see the following, which is Morales is in his he's in his zone. The king that has no moves. His Majesty has no close. Yeah, you're looking at like rook takes F5, some kind of slow. Bishop H6, unfortunately, wouldn't Bishop H6 work? No, it drops F6. This is the problem. Not Knight takes F6, but Bishop takes F6. So Black's like, oh no, everything's okay. I mean, I would imagine that this is still better for White, but this is a cute move. It's funny, there's nothing he can do after Queen G3. Yeah, no, Queen G3 is nice. He can try, what, like H6 or something? I mean, this isn't going to last long, but he has to try H6. Well, or H5, obviously. So which one? Queen E2? Oh, shit. Okay, Queen E2, you can cut him off with, like, Rook F3, I would imagine. It doesn't really change anything. The point is he's going to have to move his H-pawn to give his king a square at H7. And the question is, like, how we finish him off. Here, King E7. It's a little tricky. It could be a little tricky if you're in time pressure. H6, rook takes F5 was Pichu's suggestion. Yeah, that's what he did, actually. He did play H6. No, I'm sorry. No, he didn't. He resigned. I just put in H6. Rook takes F5 looks good. You got the rook and the queen to do mate. But let's say he goes here. Yeah, so his best His best defense was actually the queen move. Queen e2, threatening queen g4, rook f3. Now h5 supporting queen g4. You have to play a bishop move, and it's hard to decide where to put it. You could also just like go here. This is devastating. He's gonna have to sack his queen, you know, objectively. So great game. Okay, very standard Grand Prix attack. And now we're gonna go to the rest of the viewer games. Our director, and also we had a game from I feel like I'm losing my voice. Our director, Bisonov, of course, and then King's Indian Defense. Original name, by the way. Okay, so this is the art director with the please add game for review. Okay, that's not a lot of info. Sorry. Losing my voice. Why am I losing my voice? I could have a cold. I could have allergies. So, crime scene investigator Chess Zebra is back. Saji and friends. Barney and friends. My name is Barney. Chess Barney. Do I have dementia? Alright, I didn't sleep well last night. Bill, how do you get... Yeah, really. I know. Like, I don't know. That just started, like, recently. My only, my assumption is that it's some kind of thing to do with, like, people who are donating euros or something. How do you get that? I know. It never used to do that. I don't know why. It's some kind of weird bug. But it's kind of funny. It makes it look like I have a lot of money. A lot of zeros, right? So this is Fanny CSI versus Art Director. It's 10-minute. I also want to say I like E6. And I never played this until Palliser wrote that book. God, it's almost 20 years ago. That's how long I've been here. I have a 2006 book by Richard Palliser on anti-Sicilians that I still reference. Because before that, no one ever really talked about, you know, playing E6 against the Grand Prix attack. But I like it. You know, I don't know. In a way, I have to be honest, I almost like this move better than D5. The thing is, I guess, you know, white doesn't have to cooperate necessarily. They play like D3, maybe just sort of here, play for one of these endings or something. The pawn exchanges aren't great. But anyway, I mix that in. I like to mix that in. I used to always play D5, but you know, D5 is good. The computer will probably say this is best. So G6 also is fine, but I mean that's going to go to more of a standard Grand Prix. Everybody plays G6, Bishop G7. What I like about E6 is that, you know, it's good for the E6 Sicilian players, and it's not as well known as the G6 setups. But okay, this is classical, best move probably by computer. And then he plays the toilet variation. So now we have options. No, clearly, white has pawn takes pawn. There's like what, bishop b5 check. You can do that. That's a popular line, no? Here, trade, and play like d3. Look at that. Trendy and lame. Trendy and lame. Almost all draws. Nakamura leading the charge there. Remember, Hikaru's stepfather played the Grand Prix attack for like 30 plus years in the 70s and 80s. And Sunil was like Mr. F4. But I imagine it's still in there. I think that was one of Hikaru's early openings because of his stepdad. He probably started off playing the Grand Prix attack early on, like all of Sunil's students. So he still couldn't shake it. D5, knight c3. This is Hebden. And then, you know, a lot of people will principally say that d4 is the best move, but it's up to you, you know, structurally. Taking is fine. And the question is, well, how do you follow up? I had some interesting game with knight f6, where I just didn't defend the pawn on c5. Palliser recommended, I think, knight d7, and quoted like a Shabalov game or something years ago. I thought, maybe I'm misremembering, but that seems a little bit passive. So what about knight f6? I think I had a game that went like this. Asa Hoffman versus Ron Young. By the way, you know, Asa and I played Blitz in the Dunst opening, and Asa loved to do this type of stuff with white. But I would think that Ron is smart. This knight f6 line, it's like an EF Caro-Kann. Why is it called the toilet variation? Yeah, we've told that before. Because that's where Mark came up with the idea to play knight c3. D takes e4. Knight takes e4. Queen c7, also, you know, a move. I wonder if you just sack the pawn straight away and when it's played knight c6, but that allows bishop b5. I don't know. You know, I would think this would give black the initiative for sure. But anyway, it's really, okay, whatever. So you did d4. This is going into a type of, there is bishop b5 check, maybe. Maybe this is really worthwhile. Mostly knight on ce2. Guy went to b1. I had a guy who did that in the Dunst opening, I remember. How bad can it be? There's Hebden, Roderick McKay, 1985. That may be the original game of the toilet variation. This is the guy, the McKay, who wrote some old chess books, I think. He's like some old English master. He played the Old English. He was probably dead before I stepped foot in the United Kingdom. Hebden Waters, 1988. Hebden Arkle, 1984. No. So Hebden Arkle happened in 1984. There must be older ones. Hebden Nicolason, 1979. So Mark likes this knight b1. I mean, it doesn't get in the way on b1, you know? So how bad can it be? It can recirculate. I don't like playing d4. You know, I think I prefer to take. Or also you could play e6. What's wrong with e6? Just transpose back to the solid variation. All right, so anyway, d4, knight here. You know, the good thing about knight b1 is that it doesn't allow d3. If here, what happens on like d3? Can you do that? Just, I know what happens in the Dunst opening. I feel like this must be this must be analyzed in the Palliser book, very lightly, but probably. There's a lot of games that are probably missing from the Opening Explorer too. D3 is it's a playable move to disrupt white structure. So anyway, he goes knight b1 here. You're going to let him pin you with bishop b5. Your other option is g6. Westerinen, that's a late game, 1993. What else can you do? And what's black's intended setup here? You're just gonna let him pin you with bishop e5? How about a6? Playing like Excel Poker yesterday with reverse colors. Stopping bishop e5, so I have to put the bishop on c4. Bishop d7, c6 is a little slow. No, honestly, this is so bad. You know, you're going to play bishop d7 if bishop e5. Yeah. d3, it's just a little ridiculous to call it a question mark. Normally, the bishop develops outside the pawn chain. I would think bishop d7, not queen c7. For black here, Zaroslav Zinchenko, some guy I don't know, play queen c7. Okay, fine. I would prefer bishop d7. But Hebden played knight f3. And then I think g6 is a smart move. There's a game there. a4, logical move, preserving these squares. I kind of like playing this Dunst style stuff with white. d3 isn't that bad. It's a closed Sicilian or Dunst opening. Now knight f6, we transpose to the old Hebden game from 1979. Mark was 22-30, and I was 7 years old. I was going to like birthday parties, and eating ice cream, and Mark was already a master. Knight f6, knight f3. You've got knight g4. So look how Hebden's careful here. He doesn't like knight g4. So he plays bishop e2. Awaiting developments. But what's he going to do on the next move? Notice there's a Roberson game from 2025. That's one of the young English players. He's been like practicing the old Masters games. g6, and now Mark played a4, bishop g7. So he just doesn't allow knight g4. But how do you stop that inevitably? Is he never going to play knight f3, knight d2, e5, knight c4, castles, then finally knight f3, when this knight on c4 covers the e3 square? Interesting play by white. Okay, so anyway, the game went queen c7. Yeah, this is a strange move. Not terrible. You know, you could plonk this knight in here. And ask a question. I don't think that Mark Hebden like would allow that. You know, I don't think he liked that. I mean, that seemed like White's main rule was in that position. He was delaying the knight from coming out. Yeah, but I mean, you've got this huge hole on dark squares. h3 is going to make it worse. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4. And knight takes c2. No, you can't. Looks like knight g4 is a decent move. White would probably have to ignore it, allow this, take it, give up the dark square bishop, and hope to like surround that pawn with some sort of like c3, queen c1. I'm gonna go with it's unclear, you know. This is typical like King's Indian motif. But the f4 pawn is hanging now, for example. That's a problem. Yeah. There's knight. No. Now White has to play g3, and the dark squares look very fishy. You have e5, bishop h3, lots of things, you know. Knight d4. So the following move is ridiculous. a6. This is ridiculous. Why are you doing that? Like, he's going to play bishop e5 or something? a6 is terrible. Your king is in the center, and your king side is not developed. So I think that g6 makes tons of sense, playing like Hebden's opponent. Other than g6, I mean, your only other valid setup for black would probably be like e5. if you can do it, with the idea of being some sort of, you know, I mean, maybe you could just take straight away. This is like a Dutch. It's like a Simon Williams classical Dutch reverse color sort of position. But a6, b5 is very slow and sort of unnecessary. You have no time for this business. Your king is here. What are you doing? Now white plays an atrocious move. 2400. This is demented. b3 is demented. I feel like I saw this game or something. Is this a replay? I've seen something very similar in one of our other analysis games. White should never play b3. It was somebody else's game that was very, very similar that we saw. But I mean, black's play, it's a King's Indian, is here. White's play is over here. This is our break. And I understand white is trying to like discourage c4, but I don't think it's, I think it just makes it worse. Basically, the b3 probably makes white's position weaker, not stronger. So if you play c4, you just absorb it, you know. Maybe a4. Maybe he should play c3. I think that's a more realistic suggestion, to be honest. What about knight bd2? Yeah, I mean, you're going into bad Dutch territory. Really bad Dutch territory. You're like Tartakover or something. That's ugly, Arsenal fan. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, I've seen it done. Nimzovich did stuff like this. But c3 goes against the grain because he's like attacking the head of the pawn chain, but sometimes that's the best thing to do. Beat him to the punch, you know. But anyways, I don't like b5. What are we doing? b3 is terrible. Bishop b7. Again, your priority should be your king here. So, I mean, g6 is a standard move. This is probably a move at some point. And I don't know where your bishop belongs, but it's not clear it belongs here. And now another atrocious move. c4. Which, it asks the question, you know, this guy's weakening his dark squares a lot. I mean, if you take en passant, I think that white is in trouble. If you take en passant, he takes back and black just plays e6. Like, this doesn't look good, you know, to be honest. It looks very dubious for white. Yeah. White isn't going to get in d4. He's going to get destroyed if he tries to get in d4. Otherwise, he's facing very nasty pressure here. And he doesn't have enough play. Like, I don't think f5 is coming. I mean, the bottom line is that your moves are a bit weird. You know, a6 and b5. Whereas you've played a couple of these, they're kind of a bit weird and early. But, I mean, b3 and c4 is just bad. You know, there's a difference between weird and maybe playing it too early, i.e. a6, b5, bishop b7, and just bad. I mean, b3 and c4 is just bad. c4 and you decide to play e6, but taking en passant is for sure. Now, despite not playing that, you're still probably okay. Again, knight d7 is okay. Maybe even e5. I'm a little skeptical of black's development. You still have these ideas like knight g4, but we got to get our pieces developed. Now e6, okay. h3, he finally sees this knight g4, and then bc4, okay, bc4. And, I mean, this knight finds a hole here. So this is kind of opportunistic move by black. Knight f4 is a disaster. White's lost if he allows knight takes f4. Knight g3 isn't lost. Rook also has f5, maybe if the king is safe. So here, 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 and then you traded. Well, the thing is, if you don't trade, you may not get another chance, because white might play like bishop f3. But at the moment, the knight is stronger than the bishop. You don't have any sort of tactics. I mean, you're close. You're close to some sort of crazy tactics, but not quite. You're too undeveloped. And you know, I don't know, f5, Vasily Smyslov. With your king on e8, if it's on g8, it's another story. You're too far behind in development. So, all right, you take. He takes with the queen. You played bishop e7, and then the truth is, like, white is kind of okay now, you know, and you don't really know where to put your king. Someone suggested castling queenside. This is funny. Christopher Selecki would make fun of me playing bishop d2 on move 2. I played d3, bishop d2 against the guy and beat him in a horrible blitz game. He put it on YouTube years ago. I dislike him, but that was funny. What is this? I can't say it. I can't speak German. Castles. Knight a3. Ugh. g6 now. But why? Why would you play g6? f5 is so much better. I see the f76 squares, but I don't see anything. I see, but I don't see. You know, check, and what? Even like rook f7 is possible. I think like g6 just weakens you more. You know, like this square. I'd rather not play g6. If you're really afraid of f5, you should play something else. I mean, this looks good. You can always take on f5. Probably Morales will play this. If you look at Morales' last game. And then you take, and when he takes with the rook, you play like bishop c8 and bring your bishop back, and you're fine. And you're playing for f5, right? So I never liked bishop b7 because you're dead. You know, you put the bishop on b7 too early. We're ripping this guy apart. Okay, so g6 a mistake, and f5 maybe he's trying a little too hard to take advantage of that g6 move. Exactly. And now this, probably good for us. You played a very natural move here, bishop d6, which is apparently a mistake. You missed something better. Okay, bishop h4. That wasn't on the radar. But obviously, you know, just rook move. In that case, though, we have to be careful about the rook getting trapped on f8. So in this way, we're like leaving f7 a little bit loose. So no optimal move there. Now you're facing the threat of bishop h6. And white has like evaded most of your threats, but you have knight e5. Okay. This was a bad game, but a very instructive one. Apparently knight f3 check is best. Okay, this is also not bad. You're winning. White was like provisional or something, someone said, because white didn't play great. I mean, while not terrible, white was definitely not 2400 caliber. And then a blunder. Okay. All right, so that was it. Next game is Booth. Stephen Booth. Whatever happened to Stephen Booth? Any American chess players remember Stephen Booth? He became Stephen Muhammad, and kind of strange bird. This African American guy. He was originally from California, and he played in Southern California for years, and then moved to the East Coast. Or anyway, he moved somewhere closer to the East Coast, in the 90s, early 2000s. I played him in the U.S. Championship, then he just like disappeared. Became an IM in his middle age. Qualified for a U.S. Championship or two, and then he just dropped off the face of the planet. People do that. It's weird. They like take chess very seriously, and then they just stop playing. You know, it's so weird. Right, right. The assassin. Booths are tough. They assassinate people. Yeah. But Muhammad's scary too. Alright, so what color are we, Bill? The second chapter. Overnight. Last night. I can't keep my eyes open. I didn't sleep well. But what color are you? Alright. I think I have allergies. John Wilkes Booth, the assassin of Abraham Lincoln, who was actually a relative of mine. My family, my dad's side, I think it was on my dad's side, no, I don't remember. Maybe it was my mom's side. But anyway, no one would ever believe me that I was related to Abraham Lincoln. But like my friends in school made fun of me when I told them. They're like, no, you're not. You're not related to Abraham Lincoln. Okay, well, somebody's related to Abraham Lincoln, and I just happen to be one of them. All right, so anyway, John Wilkes Booth, R.I.P. Obviously a presidential person. We've got white. D4, no, E4, C6, D4. Oh god, I hate the Caro-Kann. Very presidential. I'm not crazy enough for that, huh? My dementia is getting, it's just about right. If I get a little bit more dementia, maybe I will run for president. So F3. And I say one thing, this fantasy variation is always good because people don't face it very often. It's kind of like the Leningrad variation of the Nimzo. It's one of those things that maybe objectively it's not that great, but it's dangerous, and the people playing the defending side don't face it that often. Like only specialists play this variation, and I think that it's dangerous. So oftentimes they're not well prepared. Nevertheless, your opponent does seem prepared. He kicks out Queen B6, which is the move that has the best score in the opening Explorer. So that's a concern. The guy playing a... Well, I mean, against the Caro-Kann in particular, you got to be very selective. I've suggested playing the fantasy variation because of the fact that there's too much theory in all the other lines. This is one of the lines that wasn't overanalyzed, but I think even this is now even this is now like a million chessable courses, probably. Move 11 was talking about a chessable course he checked out the other day. It was like, this is how stupid chessable is. And it's natural that it's going to get like that, but Move 11 was talking about this. Svidler covers a book written by Konstantin Sakayev and Landa, the two Konstantines, about chess strategy or something, I don't remember. And so basically it's like Svidler just like reading the book like word for word or something like that. That's pathetic, dude. That's really pathetic. Like verbatim, just repeating what's in this book. Can you imagine? Like that's Svidler's videos. I don't know, man. I mean, Chessable can easily become a total scam. You have to be very careful about the quality of what you're investing in. And they've got these great names. Sakae was a very strong player. He was close to 2,700. And Landa's also very strong. Yeah, nice being Spidler. Just crank out anything. The Eric Schiller of Chessable. All right. I guess Spidler figures he's getting old. What's his reputation? Testosterone. Chess cholesterol. All right, F3, Queen B6, Knight C3, DE4, FE4, E5. So here you got what is this, a 1900? Okay, pretty good player. Following what looks like a topical answer to this line. There's no games before like 2009. I don't know that we have any other options there. Theoretically, you could play C3. It looks like A4 is a move. You could play E5, but then F3 is stupid, so no. No, Queen B6 is critical. This is probably computer engineered, variation to start with. But Knight C3, okay. And now he takes. You can take with a knight too, right? I know that looks kind of lame. It is kind of lame. But if you look at the customers who have played it, Ivanchuk Timofeyev, son of Murzin, very creepy guy I played years ago in Budapest. This guy's dad, Lenar. So he looked like an Undertaker. Pawn takes C4. Okay, pawn takes C4. Yeah. So Bishop C4 is a gambit. Wow. You played the most natural move. Black plays E5. Now, if you take, obviously, there's a lot of stuff going on the diagonal. There are these queen and bishop diagonal things. So you continue to play what appears to be theory. Now, it's very Sicilian-like, isn't it? While not a Sicilian, it feels kind of Sicilian-like. The piece play is Sicilian-like, but it's actually Caro-Kann. And not just Sicilian, there's a little bit of E4, E5 here, right? Obviously, E4, E5 are on the board, so it's a hybrid of Sicilian and E4, E5. So you know the line, clearly. And notice that there's no games in this list here prior to 2006. Interesting, Nikita Vitugov, 2555. And I know that Arsenal fan likes Vitugov. But wow, 2006. That's 20 years ago. That guy was a junior, and he was like world junior champion, I think. But you know what fucking scares me? That I remember, like it was very recent. It seems like very recently. Nikita Vitugov was like winning the world. Like, come on, maybe it was like an 08 or something. Because I think we must have been doing live coverage of some tournaments and stuff between like 2006 and 2008. I was working on ICC. Spectacular Camel with a sub. Wow. So for white, it's a Gustafsson recommendation. Yeah, Gustafsson is decent. the Devon Gambit, D4, Knight F6, C4, E6, G4. Devlin. The Jersey Devlin. Alright, Knight F3, E takes D4. And now Queen takes is that's got some serious Karpov vibes, right? You can strike fear in the heart of Caro-Kann players with Queen takes D4. Nefedov, you kind of feel it's the exchange. It's kind of an exchange. Roy Lopez, but it's also a Queen's Gambit decline, Karpov, Sarawan type position. No, seriously, this you might say. Oh, I learned a new term from actually none other than Spectacular Camel today. The IKP, the isolated king pawn. Another example of the IKP. But central pawns are stronger than non-central pawns. I don't think that white is worse here, you know. All right. Anyways, knight takes d4, sharper. And now there seems to be a divergence. h5. Bring it on, man. Bring on the h5. That's probably, you know, Eric Rosen, Levy Roseman land there. I'm dismissing h5. That's not a serious move. That's just playing the third best computer move because it looks cool. I think you can reverse engineer, sort of justify that, but it violates like 3 different principles. So clearly black should play either knight f6 or bishop c5. The thing with bishop c5 is you have the standard tactic, right? If bishop c5, knight a4, queen a5 check, c3. And every time you get that in the Sicilian, you have to calculate it carefully. So what's happening at the end of that? You know, bishop c5, knight a4, queen a5 check, c3, and then what? You know, what's the point here? Well, you have to know the line. Your knight's out on a4, but you're attacking his bishop, so he has to move the bishop somewhere. He doesn't want to give up the bishop for the knight on d4. So what does black do? You know, in the Sicilian, you like give it up, but how could you justify that here? With the Caro-Kann? So he does it. Now this looks to be the main line, and feels more principled than bishop c5. Apparently e5, knight g4. Johnny Hector, oh yeah, Hector Friedman, 2011. Hector has great ideas, not always completely sound. What about knight d5? Is it that bad? Bandit 1, DOS 0, DOS, MS-DOS. Knight takes d5, c takes d5, bishop e5 check. And black went on to win. Shit. There's no convincing refutation. This is actually fine for black. Interesting. White also doesn't have to play e5. So Bill donated a tier 1 sub to Heimhor. Sorry, my pronunciation of weird European sounding Viking names is not really the best. Heimher. Ben-Hur. Alright, e5. Yeah, anyway, that's a line. But bishop c5, knight a4. Because life is too short to drop a piece. I'm just fantasizing about some interesting ideas. We might have alternatives like, well, I mean, obviously bishop e3, but queen b2 and what? Let's humor me for a second here. Humor me. Just humor me. Does black take on b2, or does he just go knight f6 now? Humor me. Queen takes b2. knight a4. Queen b4 check? Seriously? c3, queen a5. That looks kind of dangerous for black. Just saying. And if you don't do that, then the answer has to be this, right? But that might be good. Maybe that's just good. Maybe that's the point. We sort of basically have nothing better than to do knight a4 anyway, when it'll just be another version of this. Check, c3. Wow, there's a move here. Bishop g4, very nice. This is better for black. So there's a secret move for white. This is cool. Next time. You can try bishop e3, Bill. Novelty. The Slaggy variation. The poison Slaggy. We can sack the b2 pawn. Camel Clutcher. Oh, you think you're special? You just swing in here late? Alright, maybe for National Masters we'll make an exception. So bishop e3 is a TN. Queen takes b2 looks very dicey. Knight a4, but bishop e4 check. Oh my god. This is fascinating. I didn't think that you could pull that off. Look at this. This is nuts. Black could easily go wrong here. Arsenal fan is going to beat like all the players he's facing in his league games as long as he doesn't have, you know, a bad hangover. This is very weird position. But a lot of tactical possibilities for white. Looks like it's playable. This would confuse the shit out of some people. But if knight f6, we have to go a3. That's a beautiful move. And if knight g4, we just go back to g1. It's pretty cool. There is room. So an all-new variation. That worthwhile, probably, Bill, to try that, to get something new. So bishop c5, knight a4, check, c3, and then the question is, where do you go with the bishop? I mean, maybe this line is so good for white that you don't need a secondary option, but I just wasn't sure about this knight on a4, if it's worth it, but it looks pretty good. As I said, you can't play this like a Aquinas Sicilian and do bishop takes d4, can you? No one has dared. I guess it should be considered, though, huh? I mean, black has to play queen takes, knight f6, and his knight is really messed up. White's knight is really messed up on a4, so you have to do like b3. You can't play b4. It's super slow, and meanwhile black's getting out of the gate. Bishop g5 can be met by knight d7. Bishop g5 can be met by queen takes g5, even better. What's the evaluation here? Slightly better for white. e5, in fact. Wow. Still really crazy. Wow, yeah, you've got e6. Look at this. Shit, that's a strong move. Son of a bitch. So bishop takes d4 is no good. All right. It's the second best move, but wow. Wait, this line is playable. Bishop takes d4, queen d4, knight f6, e5, knight f d7, e6, queen e5 check. Oh no. Black hangs on and gets tortured. He hangs on to get tortured in a long endgame. That's awesome. Bishop e3. No way. Dude, that's awesome. Queen takes e6, bishop c4. That's insane. So anyways, okay, it's too dangerous for black. He does the right move, right? Bishop d6, which is best. The vital importance of controlling the e5 square. And you got to know what you're doing. All right, so the computer, notice Sebastian Feller, 2017. That's right when he got banned. About at the peak of his computer powers, French Grandmaster Sebastian Feller, 2017. Didn't he get to like 2600 before his banishment? Good enough for his computer, it's good enough for me. Bishop d6, knight f3, best. You know, that's a sad move to play though, knight f3. I mean, I hate having to pull the knight off of d4, and our other one is sitting on a4. That's the best we can do. No one has played the engine number 2 move here. Arsenal fan, it's a everything burger. Jesus. Look how much fodder there is. Bishop c4. Triple exclam. Just do it. So what's the point? We have queen h5, if queen c7. This is such a cool move. Because who wants to retreat your knight to f3? It's on d4. I don't want to retreat my knight back to f3. This has to be a better try. We do have to do something about the knight on a4. It's going to be, you know, Chigorin style, back in the game. Yeah, just develop your pieces of the best squares. Exactly. Knight f3, it's obviously, you know, look, a couple people play knight f5, which is a big lemon. That's how Furchech lost to the computer. Yeah, good luck with that. Sebastian Feller. He came back and I plays chess. He continues to play chess after getting busted. After being banned for a few years. It's disgusting. How could you possibly come back? You know? That's like getting busted in like sports for drugs and coming back. Even worse actually. But knight f5, damn. It's just stupid. So knight f3 is standard. This is a beautiful move. b5, obviously. Arsenal fan. Bam! Bishop takes f7. King f7. Queen h5 check. These are just engine moves, obviously. g6, castle queenside. And we have another submission for the stream from Arsenal fan. So, yeah, it's like, this is beautiful. This is a great try. So I think you got, look at this. There's actually so few games in this line that there are significant improvements. And if not improvements, they're sharp enough moves that you can get out of book a little bit and maybe get your opponent having to think for themselves. I mean, clearly Furchech went wrong. He immediately plays knight f5, not knowing what he's doing back in 2017. So knight f3, and then now the bishop moves again. Queen c7, Anastasia Baikova. So knight f3, I get it. Okay, you're attacking the bishop. So, yeah, queen c7 makes sense. So that's why a lot of people play bishop e7. And the engine doesn't like that move, but why? Well, it's passive. It's inherently passive. b4 now, and we do our Chigorin. We're going to do our best Chigorin impression to get the knight back in the game. This is a very interesting line. But I'll reiterate again for the second time, I think that this seems a bit more reliable. The computer's going to kick out h5? No. I knew the h5 would be the third best move. All right, Camel. Damn, yo. That's the biggest PGN ever. You got the biggest PGN I ever saw. That's a fat PGN. That's a Chinese PGN. That's some serious PGN. PGN with clock times. Shanghai. The fattest PGN ever. Copy. All right. Learn, study. My studies. Anyways, we're doing John Wilkes Booth. We found some interesting ideas in the, fantasy variation. But anyways, what's wrong? Final question. What's wrong with Bishop E7? Nothing's wrong with it. It's just a little bit passive. Okay. Here, here, here. Dude, you know everything. Baisenov is on the cutting edge of fantasy Caro-Kann theory. There's only one game, and he's following it. Exactly. And this is an over-the-board tournament? Bro, you're like super cutting edge. Yeah, now black is basically really forced to play what looks like it's chessable. Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, there's no games, There's no games. This is it. One game. 2018. I mean, you got to check the Lichess base here. There's a 2900 with white. Bullet rating. Abu Dhabi. There's a Blitz player who was rated 2990 playing black. That's got to be a very strong player. And you were talking about Gustafsson. Dotling has a game there as black on the black side. I think they probably know each other. He used to be a very strong blitz player. So you can find some good games there. I mean, like reliable blitz games. F6 is so gross, right? But white's position is a bit weird too. We got to get our Chigorin knight back in the game somehow. No one has dared to play knight c5 here. The immediate I mean, black's gonna get the king out, right? Although, if I play knight c5, I mean, what's the problem? b6? This seems like a very natural move to me. What can black do? Knight h6? I mean, you got like bishop c4 stuff, don't you? Speaking of bishop c4, I mean, this was a thing last move, but it's still a thing. Abu Dhabi took it down with black. That's probably a very strong player. 2990 blitz. It's not bad. So knight c5 is interesting. Played this move, and this seems to be the standard. So that's chessable approved. Bishop e3. But I mean, what are we doing? Are we really castling queenside? I don't know where to put my bishops. I'm just a caveman, I don't know where to put these fancy bishops. But I do know my knight is on the side of the board. So when I have to make a decision about what to do, I think the easiest decision to make here is to play either knight c5 or maybe you do something about your knight on a4. Which means either knight c5 or b4 or maybe c4. But I have to say I'm a little concerned about this. I'm a little concerned about the dark square situation, Black has pretty good control of the dark squares. The idea would be to bring it back to c3. But, if you're scared to castle queenside, then why are you playing bishop e3? okay, it supports knight c5 and stuff, but there's no urgent, reason to play bishop e3. You can play knight c5. You can develop your king side. The other moves are bishop c4, which is obviously risky, or even bishop e2, which is kind of a natural move. I would probably play in a blitz game. It looks a little passive. Because honestly, yeah, I want to play bishop c4. So if I can play knight c5, then maybe I can play bishop c4 without getting forked. That's what I'm thinking. Because I don't want to settle for this. This is lame, right? I want to go here actively without allowing myself to like have to do something stupid like bishop takes g8 not to lose a piece. So that's why knight c5. Obviously b6, okay, whatever, I go back. And then what's he going to do? c5, okay, fine. It's a game. But my knight is actually not too bad. This is a totally interesting position. We've got this, maybe knight d5. So I'm really on the fence about this move. Bishop e3. Anything else? e5 doesn't work. It's probably too much. Sometimes it's good to consider the impossible. The moves that other people wouldn't consider. But, I just don't think there's enough here. So, f6, knight c5. What does the computer want to do? It likes your move. It likes bishop e3. So it seems that the point is not to castle queenside, but play rook d1. It also covers c5. The engine didn't like knight e7. It wanted to play knight d7. And this chick played knight d7 as well. I think the engine said knight d7, yeah. So that's the best move. This is a mistake. You have rook d1. You ate a computer. The dog ate my homework. I ate a dog yesterday. Knight c5. Yeah. Now maybe should that be considered? You almost have Tarnikova like mates here, right? Queen d8, boom. Well, that's not good for black, I would assume. All right, so he has to take with the pawn, and then queen d2, and we're not following that other game anymore. You really kind of need to go to d2, and then this artificial move, but should we have considered the option of queen d3 to afford us the possibility of rook d2? I don't mind. This is fine. You are unfortunately trading off your bishop pair, but he's so weak on the light squares. Thing is, black's going to castle, right? Takes. This is like watching a correspondence game. You sure this wasn't a correspondence game? It looks like both sides played perfectly. I guess you played more perfectly than he did. You're still better. Check, here, check. Sorry, knight c5, check. And then you can't castle, but that's fine if you trade queens. And if you play queen e6 now, what a beautiful position for white. Jesus. Yeah. This is devastating. This is devastating. He has to play queen e8. Ugh. Black's lost. This is just totally winning. Queen e6 resigns. And what's his move here? Okay. True, he has one move. Queen e6, knight e6, and oh, that's so beautiful, dude. There's no way to finish him off though. Queen e6, knight e6, rook c8. And you don't have knight c7 because the knight can come back to g8 and stop mate over there. So he's like surviving here. Oh my god. No. And now you castle. Who's the computer now? They call this Caro-Kann defense Marazzi variation. Wow, that's new to me. Really? So knight e6. Yeah, I think queen e6 is a simpler way to play. Does he have a move? Maybe queen c7? Not good either. Wow. Now it's over. Okay, your queen is a bit awkward, but really crushing game. Crunch and munch. This is devastating, my god. Dude, he must have like pat you down for like phones after the game or something. You definitely need a pat down after playing like yeah, where is he supposed to play knight d7 now? It's still horrible for black. You have everything. You have like literally the world's best position. Oh, instead of knight e7. Oh yeah, before. Okay, yeah, okay. I thought you meant now. No, it's too late now. Waiting for a queen sacrifice. You got rook d6 coming. He avoids the exchange of queens. Oh, God, man. Did you get pat down? They need the computer detection team. Like at the World Senior, they pat you down after you win a couple games, take you in a little closet, and like sexually harass you. It happened to me a few times. All right. Good game, man. Crushing. So I've got, who is this now? Oh, this is King's Indian. King's Indian. Yeah, sometimes maybe the analysis put some moves in there or something. Maybe your AI analysis bot. Oh, there's this like computer robot thing you can order that that like has like a, I don't know, it's like it's some kind of Kickstarter, and my friend showed it to me the other day on the net, and I went in the Hungarian Chess Federation. It was sitting there. It was like on this. I went in the back office of the Hungarian Chess Federation. They had one. It's like Kickstarter robot that like, it's like the AI chess bot that helps you to learn and stuff. It's like, come on, bro. All right. King's Indian defense playing white. Gotta play d5. But now, you know, you're supposed to play knight to c3 here. That was the wisdom in my day, you know, in the pre-engine era. It was widely considered biblical fact that knight c3 is better than c4 here. But one thing that the engines have seemed to indicate is that it may not be true. I mean, it makes sense. You know, you would think that like playing knight c3 and getting to play e4 would be a little bit more fundamental than playing c4 and not be able to get in e4. But oftentimes you get in both. You know, the Benko though, I mean, you are allowing the Benko. Knight c3, it stops the Benko, right? So what's black's best option here? What's he supposed to do? You know, there is no great option. There's no Benko. There's no modern Benoni. There was a game in my club championship. What the guy did was, my teammate who tragically lost this game for our team in the end game, he bamboozled a London player by playing this with black. So if you played against, it's a very good opening against London players. They're like, God damn it, I can't play bishop f4. So he got the London guy to go into this. But after this, he played, knight c3, London guy went here, black plays e6, white plays e4, and then I guess d6, because if you take, then e5 is good for white. Yeah, d6, and it's better than a standard Benoni for white. So at the end of the day, probably black's best option is to play g6. And it's a Schmid-Benoni. And I guess the consensus is that Schmid-Benoni isn't as good as the modern Benoni. No Benonis is good Benonis. Alright, so anyway, c4, fine. You allowed the Benko. It's up to you. C takes b5, and then black plays g6. Which is unusual, right? Black should play a6. I don't know how bad g6 is. But you got to play a6 now, I would assume. So on e4, yeah, you're transposing to a white's getting into a good white's getting into a good Zaitsev variation. E5 is consistent with his c5 maybe. Well, the old Indian, with e5, c5, or whatever that is, the ancient Indian. Yeah, I almost lost to that crap at the World Senior 2 years ago in the last round. This is a good variation for white now. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I don't know why black's playing g6. He should play a6 first, and then he can play g6. This is important for white to play a6. Black, I mean, whatever. You know what I mean. a6 is important. He doesn't have to take on b5, and you don't have to take on a6, but... So I think this is an inaccurate move order. g6, knight c3, now bishop g7. After e4, bishop g7, we're in a... or whatever this is a bad version for black. You're threatening e5. I've had this position with white a million times. It's just a good position. I would normally play a4 probably here. Knight f3 and then a4 is fine too. But I think you're going to have to do that. Knight f3, bishop g7, and now a4. This is apparently okay. But a4 is fine too. And white can also play rook a3. A much improved Benko. It's like a delayed Benko. When you try to play the Benko out of a King's Indian Benoni move order. But I don't like bishop f4. This is a very bad move. Because you're going to run into problems with your b2 pawn. Bishop can also be hit. And you're not prioritizing your kingside development. So this has got to be a serious mistake. We have to prioritize this kingside development. I mean, you're playing the white side of Benoni at this point. You got to get your king out of the center. He's 2 moves away from castling. You want to take some chances, play something crazy like f3. You could transpose to a same-ish King's Indian. But I think still the general idea would be to focus on kingside development. I mean, even f4 is transposing to a 4 pawns attack with b5 playable. Yeah, but this is wrong. Bishop g7. Now bishop e2, controlling h5. That makes sense with bishop f4. But you still have to move your knight. Where are you going to put your knight? You're going to play h4. Castles. Portish Ferenc, brother of Portish. There's a Farago Ivan game, which is very strange. This came out of an Averbach. Or what? What was Farago Ivan doing? How could Farago Ivan get this position for white? It's really weird. Maybe it was a Benko. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know how Ivan would get this. He played the Averbach with white. Bishop's on f4, not g5. Black hasn't played h6. Knight f3. And now ab5, of course. So he has knight takes e4 here. He just misses it. This is a classic. Knight e4, knight e4, queen a5 check. Black's like winning. Knight c3, bishop takes c3, b takes c, queen takes b5. Black is bigly. Yeah, it's almost like lost for white. So yeah, you got to know that, and so that's why I'm saying I don't understand what Farago Ivan was thinking here. Ivan must have played a4. It still seems like black is okay. You know, I mean, you take on b5. He doesn't take on b5. Okay, Sale Laiush back in 1978. But this is a relatively recent game in 2011 that Ivan played. Queen a5. What about takes? Okay, you just take back with the pawn. The queen is covering the rook. Okay, so you got to play queen a5 for black, and then bishop e2. So Ivan knows these types of positions from, he knew these kind of positions from the Averbach. Yeah, I don't know about queen a5 actually. Okay, it wasn't a good variation to begin with, but I don't think the bishop is correctly placed on f4. So you have to play a4. And what is black's best move now? Maybe something other like bishop b7 or something. Queen a5 in fact is the best move. Okay, queen a5, bishop d2, and we transpose back. So check it out. So Ivan knows something. It transposes, but I mean, if we can't punish bishop f4, then it seems stupid. Anyways, all right, you got a transposition there. If he trades there, this is very bad. And he lets you off the hook. Because sacking a piece now is too late. Does nothing. We can defend that. Queen e2, queen d2. Which way? Queen d2 or queen e2? Queen d2 supports this, but queen e2 can get pinned by bishop g4. Yeah, so I agree. If bishop g4, we have a problem with our knight on f3. He doesn't do that. What's your answer to that? I hope you're prepared to move the knight. Probably all the options should be on the table here. But knight g1 with the idea of h3 and playing knight back to e2. I do not want to let him destroy my kingside structure, but I think c4 is a little risky for black, giving up this square on d4. Now he could sack his queen. He does sack his queen. Wow. He gets a piece and a rook for it, and you're pinned on the back rank. And now you lose e4 as well. Knight e4, queen d3, maybe not that bad. Okay. I have a bad news for you. If knight e4, queen d3, oh no. Bishop a6. The knight's hanging. Knight e4, queen d3, bishop f5. So let's check it out. This is like terrifying, but you don't have, he doesn't have bishop a6. So maybe it's not enough for black. Bishop f5 is the best he can do. And white's still better. So the queen sack was unnecessary, but a reasonable try. And can we play queen? No. This bishop a6 is annoying. Do you have a tactic like b5, knight d4? You found another way? Here? I thought you were going to go out. Maybe queen a7. You're threatening the castle. So you play queen d2. That's fine too, actually. Yeah, he's out of... No, I mean, knight g4, I don't know. It doesn't work. He's out of stuff. He's running out of stuff. Why doesn't he play like d2 check? You know, maybe this is his last chance. It doesn't work. It's playable. d2 check is interesting, but apparently he doesn't have to play that. Wow. I don't like knight g4 though, because it takes the pressure off the e4 pawn. That feels wrong. I mean, now you have everything protected and you're going to castle. I don't really see what black's plan is. I mean, f5 is pretty much his only idea. Oh, he has rook c8. All right, rook c8. Wow. Rook c8 threatens to trap your queen. That's incredible. So rook c8 castles too late. Huh. He's trying to trap your queen with rook c2. Unbelievable. So you got to give the queen back with h3. This is a fascinating game. You give back the material you won, and he doesn't take your queen right away? What? Wow. This is insane. Bishop takes b2, and now castles, and now he doesn't take your queen. What the heck is this? So if he takes, you're just... What, taking with the bishop? You're up nothing. It's totally even materially. This is crazy. And black plays bishop c1. That's like a computer move. Wow. That's incredible. What a crazy game. And now he's threatening d2. 93 d2. You play 93 and he doesn't play d2? Because you have rook d1. Oh my god. Rook d1, knight d1, bishop e2. And black wins. That's crazy. That's insane. You have to lose the exchange now. I don't know if you can save this game after this. Knight d2 just loses the exchange. And the logical line looks like nothing, but he has this. It just wins. I mean, I don't think that you can survive, you know, this. One pawn, no, it's over. That's crazy. What a crazy game. So he trades and then you're like, fine. Oh my god. Yeah, that pawn is a menace. Blockading it is a good idea. Now you're actually better, right? You have knight d4. You can slowly surround the pawn. Your king comes to e3. Oh my god. I take it back. You got knight b4, yeah. Here. Yep. 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 You're going to win a pawn, it looks like. And the knight in game is a very good place to be up a pawn. You have a clear outside pawn. g3. You really need to stop knight f4. There is a peculiar threat though, huh? Not yet though. I think you should play g3 first. You're concerned about his outside pawn? No, nothing there. So just g3 first. Make sure he doesn't have this, and then we'll have to think. There is a little problem because he has this threat of when you try to attack the pawn, he's gonna go knight d4, and then he has a really nasty tactic, right? Like knight c1, knight takes c3, knight c2 check, and you might be forced to take a draw or worse. So winning this pawn is actually really annoying. Maybe you have another way to try to do it. So after knight e6, I feel like knight f4 is a threat, but maybe it wasn't. Okay, maybe it's okay to allow it. I don't know. Okay, king f7. Now you win the pawn clear. Feels passive what he did though, moving the knight back. That doesn't seem right. Black should try to do something, no? Like knight f4 here doesn't do anything. His knight just gets stuck. Maybe there's nothing he could do. He's losing this pawn, it looks like. That's a peculiar position. Knight b1 was the best move. g3 doesn't win. This is crazy. You played the only move that wins or comes close to winning, knight b1. Now you're winning a clear pawn. And he's definitely right not to trade. He's got to try to keep both pieces on the board here. So he still has chances to resist. Maybe he can play maybe he can play h5, trade off one set of pawns at least. Try to keep his king active, trade off another set of pawns with d5. So now he was concerned about knight d5, but I mean, maybe he needs to try to trade some pawns. This looks really bad. I mean, you play the endgame like God. Well, I don't know. I mean, is this a win? Probably. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not. You got this liability with these pawns fixed on the light squares. Can you play b5, get your king around to over here without anything bad happening? Bishop a6. That doesn't seem like a high priority move. Okay, I get it. Like, you have this, don't you? Oh my gosh. You can go up to f5. Yeah, I mean, you could transfer your knight. Of course, he will play d5. I guess bishop a6 is okay. Now this is a huge threat. I mean, the opening was shaky, but the endgame was like, your God, you know. But I mean, why not knight e3? Because he has d5. That's a lost king pawn game. Why not e3? So you figure he will have like d5 after knight f5. It's not so simple. And if you can't play it right away. Okay, so he blunders now with d5. He blunders with d5, but I mean, what can he do? He has to wait. So he's really limited, running out of moves. Basically, like bishop a8 is the guy's last try. He has to try bishop a8. Yeah, he's lost. But I mean, when he goes here, I mean, you can take either way, but you know, I would just take with a knight. I suppose he could try to go here, but I mean, it's kind of pointless. So you take with a pawn. He goes, well, he has to play king d6 and try to continue the game somehow, but objectively it's totally lost. Yeah. Well, the endgame you played fantastically, you know, really. I mean, the opening was really shaky. Yeah, it's winning. You know, he should at least like do something like try to mess up your pawn structure or something. It doesn't matter though. All right, great game. And then Camel Culture submitting the Chinese Team Championship, the longest PGN in PGN history. Grandmaster Zhu versus Yu. Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu! All right, I'm getting tortured in these endgames. What's the significance of this game? Just a random game Camel Culture studied from. This is lichess.org broadcast, Chinese Team Championship. It's in Shanghai, 2026. So this is recent, the 19th, so a few days ago. This Yi Zhu, I don't know who that is. The other guy has been kind of quiet lately. Gets chaotic. Chaotic good. I'm chaotic good. All right, let's see. So we're going to see Catalan. Catalan culture. You're a Catalan clutcher. G3, knight f6, Catalan clutcher. Bishop, I like that. Bishop g2. Now, he didn't know about your secret weapon, Camel Culture. So black played traditional e6 here, keeping b5 in reserve. We only use that against Brian Wall. Black now playing bishop e7, but you know, obviously c5 is a major move. What about a6? Nobody plays a6. I've seen just about everything, you know, from black here. Knight d7, b5, c5, bishop e7, bishop d6. Probably knight d7. Yeah, I said that. But c5 and bishop e7 are the main moves. So you got bishop e7, and now white has the choice. 2700 versus 2400. That's a lot of rating points. Sun Prism, I didn't do your game? Oh no. Yeah, we didn't do your game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We got to do Sun Prism first. All right, Camel was late. Sorry, Sun Prism. I'm sorry. I should have done yours earlier. So you're actually black. All right. Sorry. Timeout. Went out of order. D4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, and Little Earth. This is rapid. 900 plus 10. That's 15. 60 times 15. How's my math? 8 times 10, 10 times 10, 9 times 10. So 60 times 10 is 60 plus 5, yeah. So we're looking at 15 plus 10, something like that. So you're black. First down. B3. And so now we pretend we're white. It's the Queen's Gambit decline. And black is playing the Tartakover. So you have options. Bishop G4. Can't be bad. I think I had this game against Waitskin, right? This is my Waitskin game that he like analyzed on Chessmaster 2100 or whatever the hell it was. Chessmaster 24, I don't know. The last Josh Waitskin game where he dissed me, but I killed him. I was white. It was the first round of a round robin in 1998, 99, 98 in Manhattan Chess Club, and I had to play the famous Josh Waitskin, and I had no opening prep, and it was like we drew at the last minute the lots, so I didn't know how I was playing. I played the stupid setup, because I didn't know what to play. I ended up with a really bad position with white, or I was slightly worse. Yeah, it was like exactly like this. Knight c6. I don't think I played bishop d3 though. I probably wouldn't do that. I don't remember what I played. Something like this. I don't love these types of positions for white. Yeah, bishop b2 is normal. Bishop e2. It's hard to say where to put the bishop. He told a story about some old lady crossing the street. Move 11 knows. He knows everything. I must have been the old lady. So, yeah, I could never watch that. I'm sorry. Bishop d3. Bishop b2 is better. Because you don't know where you want to put your bishop, right? This bishop doesn't know where it wants to go yet. But bishop b2 is going to happen in 80% of cases, so bishop d3 a bit weird. Now bishop g4, I like it. You're threatening to win a pawn. Bishop e2. This looks like a Kamsky versus the Stonewall or something. Right, bishop a3, the butterfly. This already looks bad for white. Yeah. If you're playing the Tartakover, like you're putting your bishop on e2, right? What does this setup do? You're trying to play the Tartakover, but you've allowed bishop g4, and now black's trying to win a pawn. So he goes here, and then you get one of these take apps. So you could have won a pawn here with cd4. cd4, ed4, knight d4, seriously? Knight d4, bishop takes d1. Bishop e5 check, knight d7. Oops. I think you lost your queen. He lost his queen. So are you serious? You could just win a pawn here? Pawn takes pawn. Pawn takes pawn. Knight takes. Am I missing something? Maybe it's a really dangerous Arsenal fan style gambit. Any defense? No defending this. It is really close to Arsenal's gambit against the French, but not quite. So it looks like this guy just dropped his central pawn. That's why they all play bishop e2. Belia, wish he had played like that against me. Abellia plays e4 usually. Bishop b2. It's a system. Sladgy gets this against Waitskin or something. It gets a bad position but wins anyway. Alright, bishop g4, knight on bd2. You don't win a pawn. Castles, and now you're kidding me, right? You still didn't take the pawn. Are you telling me this is a 15 plus 10 and you're not taking that pawn now? Come on, the second time? Do you think he's like, winning your queen or something? 'Cause that's not happening. This no excuse for this one. The first one you could maybe like try to justify it. Bishop e7, bishop e2. Now this guy freaking defended his pawn. Jonathan Grant was over 2200. Wow. Okay, bishop e2, castles. I wish he was over 2200 when I lost to him 2 years later. Or when was it? Castle c4. Now the guy's got a reasonable position. Still, I don't like his bishop on d3. But you're pretty close to transposing to some games that I've had with these people that play this stuff. They're like sickos. So cd4 standard, right? And then he can't take back with the knight, so he's take back with the pawn, and now you get this standard structure where you're playing for the, it's Sladgy versus Teddy Coleman. Where you do the elf on a shelf, like queen c7, queen f4, bring the rooks to the center, blah blah blah. White will play queen e2, queen e3 to reinforce the center. I have a million games like this on the stream too. So many people play this type of setup with white. Definitely have 8,000 games. Maybe a3, right, standard. So what did you do? You played rook c8. Now, I think you should define the structure. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? He takes back with the pawn. Now you can choose between this, which is more dangerous, right? Giving him hanging pawns, which are a little more dynamic. Again, that's the Teddy Coleman thing. Or you can keep this the way it is, right? I mean, he could play like c5 at some point. Sometimes they'll take. It's basically a Tarrasch with reverse colors. But rook c8 I'm on the fence about. Yeah, see now, seems like he's sort of almost equalized with that move. You're letting his bishop loose, The goose is loose. There was some American baseball game where a giant goose like came down on the field yesterday. I don't remember where. Yeah, so don't allow him to take on c5, but then his bishop opens up and the center liquidates and it's like equal. You're letting this guy equalize with white, basically. After this, yeah, now next thing you know, he'll be playing bishop e2, and he's black in the Tartakover, but he equalized. Actually, under the circumstances, maybe he can even play like. There might be some situations where you can put the queen on b1. This is a kind of annoying move, though. You might have tactics. I mean, he might have tactics like bishop f6, right? You don't have time for that. You probably end up dropping a pawn. So he played queen c2. I mean, brah, what is white doing? This is a very bad game. These guys are like texting their girlfriends while playing like 15-minute games on their phones. Seriously, I mean, that's like retarded. You missed winning a pawn in the center. You're doing your homework or what? I mean, this is horrible. This is a really bad move. I mean, you know, he's 2,000. How can he be 2,000 and play moves like that? Like, really, knight b4, bishop f6, knight c2, bishop d8, knight a1. Just wins on the spot. So he doesn't have the trick anymore. With his queen up, ironically, like queen b1, shuts his rook on a1 out, but it's still, he could effectively do what he wanted to do without walking into knight b4, you know? This actually is a way of doing it. You have nothing better than h6 or something. I mean, maybe if you want to, you could go here and try to dissolve the center, I suppose. Yeah, queen b1 is playable. h6 is like the normal move to do, I guess. But I mean, now breaking the pin, what are you going to do, actually? It's sort of useful to break the pin, because after this, now you're stuck. If g4, what do you do now? Sack a piece? I might even beat Josh Waitzkin again here. Yeah, no, queen b1 is decent. But I feel like both players are not fully invested in this game based on their ratings. So he walks in knight b4. Now he plays, oh, okay. And now you grabbed his bishop. Nothing else to do, okay. And now you can take on c4, but yeah, it's pretty good. Nothing else to do again. I mean, do you have any other options besides taking on c4? Probably not. I mean, I was just thinking maybe bishop f5. But it's worth considering. All right, takes. The problem with bishop takes f3 is that it's not really much of anything. You know, this is heading toward a draw. You may have simplified too much. That's kind of why I was talking about bishop f5. You're safe here. There's no chance of losing, hopefully, but a lot of draws are likely now. And this is still not enough, probably. So objectively, I guess if you want to win, you got to not trade queens here. Or your best chance is to not trade queens. So, I mean, for sure, bishop f5 is okay. I don't know. Does he put his queen there? Maybe. It looks really, really bizarre, you know. It looks like you might have b5. How do you like that? Does b5 work? It's an idea, right? He can't put his queen on c3. Wow, he can. I don't believe it. Look at this. C takes b5, bishop a3. Oh, he has queen d4. Duh. Shit. So my b5 doesn't work. I thought it was a genius for b5. It doesn't work. All right, but you're better. So it looks like bishop f5 was good. It was the best move. Shit. There's another option. Bishop takes f3. Dungeon came up with this. You reverse engineer the position so you can damage his structure. In order to take advantage of your bishop pair, it's ironic. It's the Sami Farha. In order to live, you have to be willing to die. In order to take advantage of your bishop pair, you have to give your bishop pair up. That's very interesting. Bishop takes f3, g takes f. Now you don't trade queens. You keep the queens on the board. Maybe there's some chance you can win. Still, it's only a small edge. But I like bishop f5 the best, I think. Keep the two b's. So here you got a very small edge, but not much. And yeah, I mean, you got the file and what? b5 again? Does this do anything? Not really. I mean, you could possibly get your rook on the 7th. I don't know if it's worth anything. It might even weaken your position. Camel culture what? Right, right. One of the advantages of the bishop pair, right. No, flexibility. You've got to know when to give it up for something else. To exchange the principle of exchanging advantages, you know, that's what we're talking about. King h1 now. So he's looking for the g file, okay. But, you know, in a pure sense, I think white would rather have the king in the center, like on e2. King g1 is a really strange move. He's thinking offensively in a position where he's slightly worse. This guy needs to have like a little better concept of reality. Though I've told a lot of times, it's the same in poker. People almost across the board are too aggressive, like to the point of a fault where they're like foolhardy. Because I guess they play a lot more weaker players a lot of times. This is a very foolhardy kind of overly aggressive move, where white is interpreting the position as if they're better. I think that because of the rooks centralized here, it's not the pawn structure. The rooks, black is a little better centralized, and the threat of coming in here, threat of getting a rook on the 7th is more realistic than the g file. I would say you play f6 and king f7. Prove me wrong. What if I became like the chess version of Charlie Kirk? I'll be the chess Charlie Kirk. I have a little booth, and you prove me wrong. Black is better. Prove me wrong. Cut, man. What's the South Park Charlie Kirk called? What was his name? Tyler, or no, I don't remember. Clive something. Prove me wrong. f6, king f7. While your king is going off the side of the board, I'm going toward the center with my king. And you can do what you want with the g file, but I can play g6 if I want to later. You don't want to play f5 because of the e5 square. You know, you want to put your king on f7. You know, your pawn is on f6, guarding e5, guarding g5. Everything's cool. You're fine. This is a terrible move. Like you're doing nothing with bishop b4. MV True. The alligator, the AJ Gator has followed. Bishop c3 is like, I want to trade pieces because your bishop is strong. Okay. Yeah, fine. You're Mr. Safe. Fine. Fine. That was a bad bishop till you let it out with d takes c5. You made his bishop great, and then you traded it off. Congratulations. Bishop c3. I'm going to make a bishop great, and then trade it off. Bishop takes c3, knight takes c3. Now it's like, fine. You're still better based on the central files. And wonder if white can play a4. He does. Well, he can play it. Should he play a4? You know, maybe he should have a second reckoning with himself. You know, like, I fucked up. Very important skill in chess is in every game to say to yourself, like, I made a mistake. And then we all do this, like we're not willing to make a mistake, say we made a mistake and go back. What if he goes back? You know, seriously. I guess you have rook d3? No. Knight e5. This may be white's best move. but he's like unwilling to play it. Like he wants to double down on the G file, literally. While your knight is sitting in the middle of his position on C3. And A4 weakens his queenside and leaves these tactics like knight takes A4. If his rook ever goes somewhere, you're going to have knight takes A4, winning a pawn. So what's the best solution for white? Okay, A3, anyone? Maybe. But I mean, okay, there's still B5. Black's better. But maybe rook F-C1, getting the knight out of there would be best. This is a G, but yeah, it's the best move. This is the best move. And I determined that with human thinking, not by looking at the engine. I just confirmed it with the computer. That is the best move. But white is like optimistic. Plays A4. And that's another nice square on B4. But I still think you can improve your position. I still think you should play F6. And it's such a useful move. You know, King F7, G6. If he doubles on the file, you've got a perfect structure. And your knight isn't getting trapped. It can always come back to like D5. F6, a very good move. Instead, you played A6. Which, you know, ostensibly only really just supports B5. But again, he doubles down with this nothing plan. Now F6, still good. You have to calculate, though. Rook G1, G6, and then stuff like H4 starts to become a little annoying, you know. Now you move the king in time. So if he tries to play H5, you have various ways to deal with that, including but not limited to G5, Rook G8, Rook H8, etc. But you played G6. Okay, G6, it's not like it's terrible at this point. But, you know, players here should be playing better. Now you're threatening B5, clearly. Needs to be considered here, because it's very forcing. Probably it's a draw. You have a better structure. You know, I would say like B5 would at least come into consideration. Takes. Well, in fact, like both recaptures. Because his kingside is a disaster area. But I'd rather not trade the knights off. That would increase the chances of a draw rather dramatically. So, last resort. And now knight F6. Well, this looks like a win, but you forced him to go back. No, it's not a win. You have a better move. Maybe knight B6. Attacking his knight. What if you induce him to make more weaknesses? Oh my god. You have some nasty stuff here, like knight takes A4. For example, E5, knight A4, BA4, B5. Is this guy like gonna hold this rook in game? Because you can probably do something like where you win a pawn, you know, and there's nothing that he can do about it. Like this. Is this really a draw? Because I don't think so. You know, I think this is looking like white is lost, probably. What is that? The only winning move in the position? Rook C5? Maybe Rook D5? Rook D5 allows other moves like knight E3. What do you guys think? Black to move and win. Would you find Rook C5 in this position? It's not a win apparently, but I think it's a damn good try. So white can hold this. I'm curious how that works. Rook C3 takes. Wow. Rook E4. No way. Rook here. F4. And the computer is a bastard. It thinks this is a draw. He can draw this. That's a sick blockade. Maybe he can. He brings the king to the center and tries to jet blockade. Wow. That's a superhuman effort, though. So you have a lot of interesting stuff. Knight f6 is rather artificial. And this is almost pointless. Well, the knight is pretty good on c4, okay. And then this move looks reasonable, but it's not really coordinating with the other pieces. Are you walking to knight c6? Oh my god. Now you're going to have to lose the exchange. So now you start trying, right? You did an Arsenal fan where you're like winning, almost winning, and then you have compensation for the material. Cheapo master. Okay, maybe rook c5 isn't such a bad move. The outside pawn is still dangerous. And very funny, though. I see why you sent me this game. This is very funny. Obviously, you know, if that e-pawn or b-pawn isn't on the board, black's at least drawing. But the guy played h4. That's so funny. Like, this just illustrates what I was saying earlier about people. This is actually the perfect example of players who are too aggressive to a fault. Yeah, h4. He's playing for h5. Obviously. He's attacking. The guy's like literally attacking black. He's attacking black. He sees a chance to play h5. He never thought that his opponent could make a threat, right? It's a good lecture position. All right, so we got last game, Camel Culture. Again, we left off a high quality game there, Sun Prism, but some good teaching points. Okay. Camel Culture and I left off with Catalan, ready, d4. Catalan, it is. Castles, and now, rather than play a normal Catalan with c4 or b3, which is very standard, what are white's other options, you know? I mean, 92 is like passive, and b3 is a little bit better, with white having more flexibility, perhaps to place the knight on c3, right? But a3 is like the Eric, what's his name, Prie, the French grandmaster. He has the Prie attack. This is basically a Prie attack with g3, though. Normally Prie did like d4, knight f3, a3 on move 3. It's a hybrid. But yeah, it's pretty weird. Feels like just a random move to get the 2480, 2460 out of book. Because look at black's response. Fuck, bro. h6. Boy, that's critical. But you know what disturbs me? That move's been played in 4 games. So are you serious? These guys are copying this crap from somewhere else? h6, you think that's a serious move for black? I'm sorry. You lost me there. There's no way I'm playing h6. a3 is not really a correct move. So you're going to tell me that somebody good played h6? Yeah, see? Hans, Geary, and Van Forest. This is retarded. You know, it's really retarded. The engine's going to spit out h6? Come on, bro. Well, my computer's not as fast as Hans, obviously. But it is in the top 5. Yeah, I mean, I think there's microscopic differences between the various moves here by Black, but why h6? You know, it's like the least constructive of these moves. b6, c5, knight bd7, maybe a5, b5. This is like the last move I would play. I mean, you're preventing bishop g5. Who cares? You know. Anyway, okay, it's a minor point, but it's disturbing that there's 4 games where this happened. That really feels like somebody's like literally copying the other guy's random games. That seems stupid, you know. A3 is definitely not a serious move, and h6 is not a serious move. So it's like they're trolling each other. I feel like maybe these other guys are trolling each other and now these guys are copying or something. This is not a serious move, and this is not a serious move. I don't know why Geary would play that move. That's sort of unbelievable. Who played it first? Yeah, he was the first one. No, it's Van Forest from 2020. Okay. So Van Forest played it against Rapport in 2020. Rapport, of course, playing something stupid like A3, right? There's nothing surprising about that. Like, Rapport is in love with doing like knight A3 and knight A2. You know, so he can fight for control of E5. I'm sorry, fight for control of D5 or something. I don't know. Like, Rapport does all kinds of retarded stuff. Knight C3, knight A2, knight B4, which would challenge knight on C6, thereby controlling the E5 square. Yeah, but I mean, come on. This is stupid. All right, whatever. So they both played a random move, and then white plays a normal Catalan. I think that h6 is even weirder than a3 in a way. Because you're not even trying to take advantage of the fact that white made a slow move. White makes a stupid slow move that's probably not really even constructive, and your answer is to play a slow move that's not constructive in response, instead of trying to improve your position somehow. Like, yeah, it looks like these other moves, maybe b5. There's Brian Wall for you. Camel Culture definitely would have played b5. Now a5 is specific to this position, and that's also an interesting idea. I also like a5 and c5, of course, but keep in mind that c5 will lead to situations where their bishop on b2 will be active. That might be familiar to you, Sun Prism. You might remember a game where the bishop on b2 became rather active after d takes c5. C5 maybe plays into white's idea, right? I mean, to some degree, right? But I do think that c5 is certainly playable. But I would look toward other options. I mean, see, people even played like b6, Fridman and Nizhnik. This is just people. Mamedyarov, check it out. He's the first one. This is much older than the other game. Mamedyarov, Rapport. We're playing Yu Yankee here, playing Rapport. Mamedyarov, freaky moves. Okay, h6 is stupid. c4. And so it's a Catalan with these two weird moves. Now, yeah, I mean, I don't think c4 makes sense. I mean, h6 seems like a fairly reasonable move now. I would say h6 is more useful than a3. if we're going to play a normal Catalan, I thought white was going to do something like b3 exactly. Here's Demchenko. He also lost. So this is actually cool. If you go b3 then c5, that makes sense. I like the way Hakobian played this. Yeah, so it's like, what's the point of a3? What do we do now? That's the point of h6. Like, it's your turn. Okay, I'm figuring this out. What is white's best move after h6? So that's the point, basically. Interesting. Well, let's ask the computer, all right? c4 is the best move. Other moves are reasonable. So now it's a Catalan with those weird moves thrown in. Queen a4. And we're following that game for 2020. I mean, we don't normally do queen a4 on the Catalan, but obviously knight a3 is not an option here. Queen c2 allows b5. This is Hans's game with Muxudlu. Go check it out. You know, Muxudlu famously like blundered one of these tactics. Ironically, some kind of position like this, camel culture. There was a game like a few years ago where Muxudlu, it was this like b6 Catalan line, and Muxudlu walked right into this like trap where he allows like queen c7 and bishop takes b7. Ironically, here he's like all set now. You know, he's got it guarded, so Muxudlu can't blunder like bishop takes f6, knight g5 or something like that. But anyways, queen a4. I'm just kidding around with that. All right, let's delete that. Queen a4. Here a6, standard, queen takes c4, b5, and now queen c2. So we've got one of these accepted Catalans with some interesting moves. Maybe a3 not that stupid in some cases where we could play like b4 or bishop d2, bishop a5 here, and exactly. So bishop f4, bishop d2, those are the normal moves. Yeah. Yeah, so we transposed. To an actual Catalan line. Very fancy way of getting there with a bizarre move order. And now, you know, bishop f4 is also playable. So anyway, bishop d6, not the best move apparently. Rook a7. We might need to call in move 11 for this variation. He's a big specialist on this. And move 11 by way of, what's his name? Gustafsson? Yeah. Rook a7 is an interesting idea. Hey, can't you play that like earlier? How about rook a7 here? Novelty. Not so good, apparently. It's the second best move. Okay. I'm not bad. But second best by a long shot. Okay, b5, queen c2. Here. So what happens? e4, e5. e4, e5. And now what? Rook d1. Very, very decent looking move. The h6. You better watch out for invaders. Oh my god. This guy's 2468 Grandmaster. This looks scary. Wow. Wow, that looks scary for black. He's like 5 years old, probably. The world's youngest grandmaster. So he just deals with it. Yeah, move 11 would like this. I think he left. That's an old line. Queen a7, rook a7 rather, yeah. Well, the bishop could come back to c1 if knight c4. White's fine. Rook d8. So black's basically banking on the fact that he doesn't mind giving this bishop up for the knight. But at some point that's going to happen. It does. The surprising structural occurrence here. I did not expect like bishop e3. I thought white's bishop would head back, you know, to c1. But he must have seen a ghost he didn't like. Why not bishop c1? Position looks pretty optimal. And yeah, and the point is we have tactics. That's loose. So takes. I don't know. It looks like white's winning a pawn in that line. So, but you just goes instead with bishop e3, inducing knight c4. Mama. Again with the fetishes. All right, knight takes d6, and now knight takes e3. Knight takes e8. Knight takes e2. Knight takes f6 check. And white is up a piece. No. Knight takes e3, knight takes e8, knight takes c2, knight takes f6 check. Takes isn't clear. Somebody help me here. What am I missing? After knight takes e6, black can take on e3? For real? I'm missing something. Yeah, of course I am. I'm an idiot. Rook takes d8. Okay. All right. I get it. I saw it. Took me a while. All right, good. Thank you. Yeah, but this looks pretty good now. Queen e6. Defending like one of my simul opponents. Now white plays rook fe1. I want to play f4. But h3 looks good. The knight on c4 though, I don't know. It's pretty strong. There are going to be situations where you have b3 and maybe a3 is like a poison pawn. You know, the knight could get stuck really out of play on a3. h3, standard, right? Knight d7. I mean, this looks like a great position for white. We got to make like b3 work somehow. Bro, don't we have something here like b3? Seriously? He has knight a5. Are you gonna come with that? Really? Wow. It may be that he doesn't have he has knight a5. Seriously? Look at this line. Yeah, maybe bishop e3 was for f4. we can play for f4, but I was just wondering about this, because takes queen b2, and now, well, black has options, right? He could probably fork us and orc us. Queen takes b4, queen takes a5, takes. This looks good for white, though. Any ideas? Right, no, Camel Culture, it's obvious, like, on general principles, white is better, but I'm interested in, you know, any details here we might miss, huh? That knight, if the knight is forced back to b6, I think black's really done. You know, this is the only thing keeping him in the game. The knight on c4 is not getting, like, sidelined. He has stuff like b3, knight a5. I mean, that's really annoying. And then like the C file. I mean, what is white going to do now? So there's no obvious solution to that. But I was just to devil's advocate, right? I mean, if I put my bishop, my point is, I wanted the bishop back here on c1 to guard a3, so that I could play b3 later and kick that knight out. Maybe it wouldn't matter, you know. Maybe anyway that stupid knight a5 thing is going to be a problem. But that's what you get for playing a3. This is like almost like a functional disability with our position. The a3 has this disadvantage that b3 is always weak, and it's coming back to haunt us. If our pawns are on like b2 and a2, right? I could maybe play bishop c1 and b3. I don't know, but now b3 is annoying, you know. Yeah. So the h3 and the a3, stupid moves. Knight d6, cd6, bishop d4, queen e6 for q1 here, h3, knight d7, king h2. Totally Karpovian standard play. Then rook c8. So black is like Mr. Practicality. Queen e2. He doesn't. He plays instead f4. Looks great. Knight c5. Again, b3 is done. It's done. b3 is freaking cooked. It's totally cooked. I love this line, like b3, knight a3, queen b2, queen takes b3. That's retarded. Good thing that we played a3. f4 here, queen f2. So, okay, white's looking for dark squares. You know, he's got some stuff. f5, f6 real fast. Black plays f6. Now white makes a bizarre move, queen c2. That looks like one of our stream games. Oh, and white has a great position. Maybe like bishop f3. Little massage. What exactly is black threatening? Oh, he's threatening knight b3. So this is just a stop knight b3. I get it. Okay. But okay, whatever. You have a bishop, you give it up. We just talked about this. Bishop f3, let him play that. Fine. I go like here. I win the exchange. No, bishop f3 is a threat. What do you play after bishop f3? Yeah, h4 is the other idea. Yeah, the other way of doing the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No, that's even more typical. But, you know, also we have like bishop f3, queen g2, Anatoly Karpov, white side of the Scheveningen Sicilian against Kasparov type stuff. Slow grind, space gain. This move is very artificial. Black is obviously a practical player. And then again, a natural move. Very practical play by black. He's doing the opposite and supporting that, and a5. Very logical play by black. And now white cashes out. Well, that's the advantage of two bishops. We said it ourselves. The advantage of being up pawn is I can give it back. The advantage of having two bishops is that we can give it back. So white kind of bails. He bails, but he's got kind of like no losing chances type position. Wow, I was expecting him to take back, but I forgot there's a check on b7. So it looks like he was never planning on taking back. It was all about e6. That was the plan all the way. So, I mean, f5 could easily be like winning here. So black plays b4, apparently a mistake. I mean, he naturally wants to play something aggressive. He's facing threats of protected passed pawn on e6. Looks very dangerous. Both sides in time pressure. Move 40. Okay. And then knight e4. He goes Robert Byrne on the guy. Well, it looks good. You got c4. Maybe black has f5. Something crazy. Even that's not going to work. f5, queen takes c4. So black blunders. Why is this move so bad? Doesn't look easy to punish. Are you kidding me? Knight takes f6 check. Oh my god. That was the idea. But actually, it's only really dangerous if the queen leaves the 7th rank. So it only became a very dangerous threat just momentarily with knight takes f6 and queen g6. Oh my god. So it's like a comedy of errors now. White misses this. Very strong move. Because it wasn't there before. I mean, that's the point. They're in time pressure. Well, no, it was there, you know, but the queen was there, and he like stopped thinking about it. So then, like, probably time pressure, he forgot. It wasn't there, and now it's there, but he didn't think about it. b3, queen takes c6, sacking a piece temporarily. The idea is f5 here, and then knight takes a3, knight f6 check, and now, holy shit. A really funny position. So if queen takes f6, rook takes rook, rook takes rook, rook takes rook, check. King f7, and we just up the exchange. So he finds this move, king f7. Oh my god. Talk about only move. And now our queen is hanging, so we have to find some sort of remarkable resource here. What could it be? What could it be? Queen d3? Queen d1? Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. That's a tough one to find. I mean, clearly he must be thinking about like queen d1, but not sure how that works. But check queen d7, that's the point. Yeah, that's a funny game. It was a funny game. So this isn't great. He takes here, rook e8, rook e8, rook e8. He takes f6, rook c8, knight d4, rook takes here. All shit's breaking loose. Two connected passed pawns. And now black had to play what? Knight d4. What is it, equal? It's probably a draw. But he plays this, some kind of mistake. White misses rook f5. It's difficult to calculate. You know, he was scared, for sure. This is difficult to calculate. There's a lot of moves to calculate. Clearly they were in time pressure, but now it's after move 40, so I don't know. But only rook f5 is winning. Yeah, this was entertaining. And then it's table base. Knight, oh yeah, knight against queen. Ivanov had this game, Alexander Ivanov had this game one time with that situation, with the knight and pawn. And the guy couldn't beat him. I don't remember who it was. Some strong player. Yeah, it can even be a draw in some cases where it's like one pawn. But this is, yeah. A blunder again? Really? Huh. This is a crazy game. White is actually winning. Wow. This is like Zeitnot now. And like just Blunder City. Everybody's bad at endgames. Unable to win. That was a cool game, Chemiculture. Very, very entertaining. So they're followers of fashion, A3 and H6. But I get it now. I get it. You know, White started it with a stupid A3, and so H6 is like, okay, show me that you can prove that A3 is a useful move. That's the thing about it. Interesting stuff. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining me. Long stream. I'm gonna get a break, get some dinner. Tomorrow I'm gonna do some blitz. Thanks to all of you for your great support, kind donations, and your company. We'll be back on Friday with 1 p.m. approx. CEST. Thanks guys for the games, and then Sunday simul on Sundays at 6:30 p.m. CEST. Have a great weekend, guys.